Creston Valley wind turbine projects, requesting conversation around wind turbines. The three directors were part of an APHC meeting in which we went into and discussed that night. Yeah. So you weren't there, but which is why I would suggest there's not a need to take time on this agenda at this stage of those projects.
Okay, so in the motion to accept the agenda, we will accept it as amended, removing item 8.1. Although I feel very moved by you guys.
Chair, we could refer it to some future meeting if we get any additional information.
If you feel the need to, yes, but if you feel that you're well informed and there's nothing we need to address here, then I'm fine with that. Even though I was excluded.
We will add it onto a future agenda when more information becomes available and make sure that you're included. Absolutely.
Very good. All right, so all in favor?
As amended.
Sure. Amended. Carried. We will just receive the minutes of the January 9th, 2025 Creston Valley Services, unless you have anything to amend or change. Hearing none, we'll just receive them then. So we have a lengthy budget discussion, but I didn't want to rearrange the agenda because Creston Neighborhood Welcome, probably a relatively short agenda item. So we'll keep it to that. We don't want to keep you here all meeting over budget stuff for.
Sounds great, Artie.
So if you wouldn't mind coming forward with your delegation,
Sure.
we will certainly welcome you up here.
It was just myself.
Yep.
So I prepared notes because there's so much I didn't want to forget. So my name's Wendy Van Gaal, and I do appreciate you listening to me this morning. I'm with Creston Neighborhood Welcome, and what that means is I give out these fabulous bags to all the newcomers that move to our beautiful valley. We are a marketing company, and our mission is connecting our community. Our head office is in Port Alberni, and we have somewhere between 20 and 25 area reps through the province, and as of January have expanded into Alberta. Creston is the smallest community, but has some of the largest numbers for both businesses involved in the bags and currently given out to a maximum 30 bags per month. We offer our business partners a number of benefits, including exclusivity in the business category, names and contact information of all newcomers who sign a form allowing this, business leads, social media promotion, and we provide community support and involvement. I started as the area rep this last May. From May to December, I saw 166 newcomers. So anticipate even more for 2025. The demographics really surprised me as 60 to 65% were under the age of 50, many with young families. 25% came from other communities in the Kootenays, saying how friendly the Creston Valley was and how affordable. Quite a number have already started businesses or are doing so. I see big changes for the valley going forward, and it's an exciting time to live here. Up until now, the town has been participating in every bag and paying for the total amount of bags I give out monthly. But I've recently passed a motion to only support those who are currently living in town limits and wish RDCK to cover the rest. It's a highly unusual situation in our company, and our head office has agreed to that if RDCK were to participate, we would bill each of your areas for the number of folks that have moved each month. I looked back a few months just so you'll have an idea on numbers. Now, during the summer, I give out 30 bags a day, but through the winter, it's about half that. So November, the town limits was 7, area A 2, area B 6, area C none. December, the town 8, area A 1, area B 2, area C 4. And January, the town 10, area A 0, area B 7, area C 2. It's a minimal investment at $4.50 per bed, the same rate as the town pays. As well, if all 4 areas are involved, I can include at no charge both the recreation complex and the library. I had approached both of them initially, particularly the rec center was very interested, but said they didn't have the budget to participate. But I'd love to have both of those in our bags as they're so relevant in our community. Please note, only approximately 1/3 of newcomers have actually purchased property prior to moving here. About 1/3 are currently renting, some intending to continue to do so, others until they can purchase. And the other 1/3 are staying in campgrounds, long-term hotels such as Valley View and Mountain View, or staying with family until they can find permanent housing. This makes almost 2/3 that are likely to move in the first year, and it's hard to say just which area they will choose. Truthfully, I'd love to have information from all of your areas in the bag. Currently from the town, I have a letter of welcome from our mayor, which newcomers absolutely love, a brochure from the fire department, and a short notice on how to get on the wait list for doctors. For your area, you're welcome to add any areas you'd like. My boundaries go from Yack to Rydell. Primarily, I've been seeing folks closer to Creston as I do have to pay for my own gas. Company policy is actually to stay within town limits, but I've bended a bit and have delivered packages to West Creston, Erickson Canyon, Lister, and Arrow Creek. To reach folks outside those areas, I'm at the farmers market monthly, and as of this month, I'm also at Pilo's once a month, and I direct them there, or I'll meet them whenever they come to town. For safety's sakes, I do have to try to have as many folks meet me at either the farmers market, Pilo's, or the grocery store parking lot. Currently, there are over 30 businesses, plus some nonprofits in my package. There's a sample bag here should anyone wish to see it. It's always available, so if you want to see it at a different time, please contact me. I'll make it available. There's also a business directory of all the businesses and nonprofits in it, a page of things to do in the valley, great map of the valley. Letters are welcome from both Mayor and the Chamber of Commerce. And on the right side of the folder, brochures and information from all businesses. Newcomers are very impacted by the bags. For example, one lady commented she felt as if the entire community had wrapped her in a great big hug of welcome. Another told me they'd lived in 15 communities in 15 years and had never received such a warm welcome. I saw her a few months later and she was excited to tell me they'd purchased a home in our wonderful valley and making this their permanent home. Just last month, I gave a family a welcome bag and they had very, very little. It was very apparent. A family of 6 individuals and dad is working at Pilo's. While I was there this past Friday afternoon, he told me how touched they were that I had come to their home and given him a bag. Even though his family had nothing, he wanted to make a donation to me to ensure the program continued. I explained we did not work that way, but was blown away how a simple welcome package meant so much to their family. I'm seeing many of the newcomers through the community, starting businesses, working in our local businesses, and utilizing community services, and how much they love Creston. I'm looking forward to going forward with this business and would really like the RDCK to be part of it. Will you commit to being part of this? I have an application on board that I'll leave with Robin. Thank you.
Thanks. If I didn't already live here, I'd want to even more now. Director Jackman.
Yeah, I guess, comment first and a question. Board policy, we don't debate or make motions on, monetary commitment, stuff like that during the same meeting as delegation received. But I can certainly see a direction the staff requested staff to look at least for the Recplex, what would this look like? And I'm sure Sarah's here that, the library and others would look at it, bring it back to a future meeting. This conversation is being held on the East Shore, particularly through the Rydell Community Association, formerly the Seniors Association, because of, again, so many new faces and so many of them living in, and I'm glad you spelled it out. People are living in tents, RVs, parked, plugged in or not plugged into a house or wherever, couch surfing or family. So and it would either be Wendy Miller or Jackie Wallace. They were talking about a welcome wagon type service. Have you been in contact with?
I've not heard from either one.
If it's okay, maybe I'll just do an email link or something. Say,
Sure.
Hey, as discussed, here's a couple of people who are well connected in almost every community event and organization.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
probably love to talk to you.
Oh yeah, no, I'd love to get their information. Yeah.
Okay.
So I'll leave you the application
Yeah, that would be.
and any questions at all, we just make sure phone numbers on there. And so would Robin be my contact on who to contact?
Yes.
I would think so. And she can disseminate it too.
If that's okay.
Yeah, as long as that works, then that's great.
We end up doing all our administrative stuff ourselves in rural areas.
Well, I know, that's why I would like one contact
We have
person.
no dedicated staff to do all
Right.
the stuff as rural
Of course.
directors. We have a whole admin team.
Right.
But I think somebody volunteered.
Awesome, thank you.
And thanks for giving such a good impression to people of our town. Really appreciate it.
Good, thank you. Yeah, people love it.
Okay, so we will then move to our, item 7, staff report with the sub-region traffic license election. I guess we'll start with, service 107. Who's leading this? Is it,
Stuart was gonna join online because he has to be elsewhere through part of the day.
He's on.
Yeah. There's a few changes from what you see there on 107, but I don't know if Stuart would, or Yev, is Yev on more? No. I could comment on 107 if you wanted.
Okay.
Yeah, just a few thoughts on S107. Service 107 is Area A Economic Development. 108 is areas BC and Town of Creston. We interact with Economic Action Partnership, Imagine Kootenai, some other initiatives, and we have separate stuff going on, one being geothermal, another one being a lot of active trails maintenance we're funding and expansion we're funding through S107. We had, the high side of $500,000 in our budget for rural connectivity, fiber optic that's being done in conjunction with Caslow Infonet and East Shore Internet Society. And that has put a burden that's not covered by those federal or provincial grants on our staff for project management. So you see in that budget, there's a shortfall, operating deficit, and looking like a proportionally very large tax hike. So what I've asked and discussed with Stuart is he's going to have AGM Project Management write a Community Works Fund application, initially for 10,000. I might ask for it to be increased to 15 to soften the taxpayer blow, because it's a project that will come and go as of next year, and our demand on staff will be reduced heavily. So I'm hoping we won't see quite the taxation bump that shows on the draft sheets. However, what's not included whatsoever in that is if we change how we work with the chamber, if we change how we work with tourism. Of course, we have 2 tourism associations. So I'm looking forward to what you guys have to say about S108 before I loop back to my Economic Development Commission, tell them what I think we're going to need to do with taxation for Area A. And then that, of course, has to get to the board budget discussion on the, it's the 17th, whenever, late, or the 21st. Later this month, of course, we have the discussion. So S107 is very much up in the air and will depend on what you come up with for your plans in S108.
Director Vandenberg?
Yes, thank you through the chair. So the ES connectivity project, which is an ongoing project for some time, it's quite a lot of money that's being relegated for Area A out there. How is that going, and what is the goal? How far to the goal?
Through chair, we've all received multiple grants for connectivity improvements. Some of it through Columbia Basin Broadband, Columbia Basin Trust, some of it through providers like Swift Internet, who's since been bought out by a subsidiary of TELUS and the like. So we've all seen hundreds of thousands of dollars that flow through grants every time we've had to leverage those grants with 10, 20% of tax money. That's just the way it works. The sort of the outliers, like north end of Area A, weren't being connected at the rate that, say, Creston Valley has. So we were successful in getting a CRTC, Canadian Radio Television federal grant, for quite a lot of money. And we had a kind of a what-if agreement with East Shore Internet, Swift Internet, and the Blue Bell Cable Society, how we would roll that money out, maybe do a hybrid fiber cable system where they have a TV system in Riendell, that kind of thing, cable systems. I waited almost 2 years before I could talk about us getting the grant because of delays in announcement of federal and provincial, and that's just a fact. And in those almost 2 years, the societies took other paths. The money we received was for connectivity of critical local government infrastructure. So I was able to support funding fiber runs through Crawford Bay to our transfer station, fiber run to our water system and community center in Riendell, fiber run from Columbia Point or Blue Point up to the Boswell transfer station, which provided the opportunity for someone to loop off of that and provide other service to residents. It took a painfully long time to reorganize whose plans that now fit. We've done that. We've put in most of the infrastructure. The connections aren't all being made, but I'm really hoping we'll wrap up in 2025. And then from there, being on the regional connectivity committee across the entire Columbia Basin, what I see, we're not going to see any more money like that for fiber in the ground or fiber on poles. All we're going to see after this is going to be low Earth orbit satellite. But this, I'm hoping, will be the tail end of connecting our higher density clusters of population in the north end of Area A. As I say, I hope they'll all be connected this calendar year.
So the 193,000 that you have dedicated for that is contribution to that project,
Yeah, that's flow through from the grant.
flow through from the grant.
And the totals don't add up. And this is something staff is still looking back. Unfortunately, we get grants, large amounts of money. We park millions of money in various general admin, and we flow it through to the service where we're implementing the work, charging staff time that's necessary to make things happen. And I need to see the fiscal year end full accounting for this particular project. Because if you look at what we had last year, what we spent last year, and what we're spending this year, they don't add up. So I still need to see that.
When do you feel comfortable that this project will reap its final rewards? Because you are talking about LEOs, they're low Earth orbit satellites,
Yeah.
Starlink as a solution. But to have that infrastructure to key places does make sense. But when is this going to be? When are you going to be rejoicing?
Well, I think this fiscal year, because most of the fibers in the ground, the ability to loop to people who subscribe is there. What I don't know is if they have delivery of equipment at the NOC, at the main control centers, to patch everybody through to the existing fiber optic. We have access to Shaw, TELUS, and Columbia Basin Broadband Corporation on the East Shore. We're underutilizing it, but you need equipment upgrades to be able to put through the new volume of connections to one of those. So that equipment, I think, is what we need to see. If I say optimistically this year, I don't know if you order something that's sophisticated equipment, it may or may not arrive when you want it. So this year is my hope.
Thank you.
So just to add to that, the money will be used up this year, but does that mean the project is satisfactorily done, or?
Well, we need to report out as part of our staff requirement. We report to CRTC on status. The feds are pretty strict on making sure everything we do, community works funds applications, everything that's federally funded, continuously report. So yeah, it will be satisfactorily completed. You know how community works funds do. If you don't do what you say you're going to do, you can give the money back. So the answer has to be yes.
Any other part of this you wanted to point out and discuss before we move to our next forum? Hearing none, we'll
Just want to wait.
Just as a matter of clarity through the chair. So our discussions today, staff is noting, and are these the numbers then that'll roll forward into the draft budget for approval? Is that the
Unless we
object?
request a change, has been the past practice. Like S224, we could give direction to staff to amend the draft budget for the board presentation.
Through the chair for us, 224, we're looking for feedback. This is a draft budget. And so we'll take that feedback to come back in the March meeting. Numbers that maybe answer any questions the directors might have.
Thank you for that, but I'm talking also about these other services. So
Every one of them.
is this something that if we make recommendations today, we'll get to see again or not? I need clarity on that.
February 21st. We would see them all on February 21st, updated budgets for everything on
And
February
that's at the
21st.
board level?
That's the special board meeting to review entire budget with allocation between members. We don't know yet. Is Area A shouldering more burden or less burden this year because of our lift in property values? Did we have more new construction and subdivision than say Area C? We don't know those things. We'll see all of that plus the direction to staff that we give today on February 21st or 7 days in advance of that where it's published.
Thank you. I guess we can move to the next step, which is service 108 then. Economic development, Creston areas B, C. Again, we have the numbers in front of us. I don't know if anybody wants to sort of address any changes or anything that an outlier or something that's totally different. And we know what we're looking at there, but I'm not sure exactly why we're looking at what we're looking, so.
Well, you know, I've asked a few questions because as I said, service 107 and 108 are tied at the hip to a large degree. You'll see numbers there that reflect the 2025 allocation for the contracted services through KES for Economic Action Partnership are the same as 2024. The current contract runs through part of 2025.
Yeah.
We haven't discussed whether we're going to do something differently, have a lift or change something. We also have the same basic numbers for the other services, predominantly supported by S108, physician recruitment, contracts through the town of Creston, the info center. So we know, say, the Creston Tourism Association or Society rather is much more active and better positioned. Could they deliver some of the objectives of the Economic Action Partnership through that society with now staff more effectively than our past model? Those are all the questions up in the air. So I don't know if we have a solution for that today. I would love to have you guys call at least an S108 dedicated meeting, which of course will be an open public meeting, where we can figure this out. Because if you pivot and or we have different allocation of funds, I have to consider the impact on Area 8 because our tourism society is different in Creston Valley. But that doesn't mean you don't want to share and use the same resources. All of those tourism associations are encouraged to partner, work together. So I see no issues with how we spread the money around. It's just who do we allocate it to? And right now, all the entries you see on that draft budget just mirror what we did last year. And in fact, we're probably in a year of transition, possibly in a year of transition.
Yeah, I think I see that one too. We have changed from last year. We're actually decreasing requisition somewhat, but it looks like a lift in 2026. So I think it's inherent on us to have those EAP discussions and get those plans in place because it is our goal to have a look at that and revisit it, perhaps change it for this meeting, but it's something that we know that we have to schedule it. Director Benford.
Thank you, through the chair. And I'm going to just jump around a little bit, 54030. And there's a comment there, candidate day removed. What does that mean? Is that there's still money sort of set aside, but where is it set aside if you got that note in there?
224.
Through the chair, it's in the service, the right service S224.
We gave a direction to staff to allow an annual budget allocation in a rec complex service. So it's tied to the ability for staff to also assist. It just made sense because that's where we have the horsepowers in that service.
Thanks for that reminder.
It's $5,000.
It's 5,000.
I think we flagged it at 5.
And then I do agree with Director Jackman on the discussion around the EAP and the like. But I also want to draw attention to line item 51010, and it's our physician recruitment program. Now, I don't recall the last time that we've had an internal meeting with them. We're looking at increasing their budget this year, almost 25,000. And I'm not, before I ask my question,
Carry on. No.
I'm not entirely sure what the additional value is that we're getting at 25,000. I don't know how successful the program has been. We have not had a meeting around it for some time.
So, you know, just yesterday, I spoke to our physician recruiter, Kathy, and I asked if she would come to either the next meeting or the one after that to update us on that. And, I do feel we need to have them here to update us on what they've done. I did get an update on the weekend because she had gone to Banff for a recruiting trip. And there's like some fairly positive results on that as far as locums and things like that, and perhaps recruiting some nurses as well. So I think you'll get a positive message out of that. And it certainly, we're due for that, for having them come here and update us. So we'll formalize that and get her on the agenda.
But we also have a sub meeting. And we haven't had that. You're talking about bringing them to Valley Services.
I am.
But we have not had that sub meeting that we typically have, which all the stakeholders are at the table. I guess my concern, and I'll then turn it over to Director Jackman through the chair, is right now at 90,000 for the 2024 budget. We'll hold that to 2025 is my opinion on this until I'm satisfied that we're in fact getting a return on our investment to the community.
Fair enough.
Yeah, so an observation or something I noted that flowed through from East Kootenay, and I believe it came through the East Kootenay Board Chair, Rob Gay, not through Dave Wilkes, because you would have all seen it then if it came through the hospital board, which we're all on that one as well. The East Kootenay declined, they do it differently. They've been asked by Interior Health and local groups to top up the Interior Health physician recruitment program, which parallels what's being done locally. And so they have taken the approach, and it's half the money that Director Vandenberg is talking about for the entire regional district. They do a top up, and that allows whatever additional bit of travel or focus or making contacts in the little communities. They declined to fund that for 2025. So I haven't had a chance to talk to Rob yet about what has changed. I guess I'm going to have to give him a phone call because I won't see him face to face now. It looks like until March. But I'd like to track what they're doing in the East Kootenay. Why are they doing something different? What has changed? Has Interior Health changed their recruitment program? Are we possibly out of step? What's the level of duplication? Was there an Interior Health rep at the same forum or Banff meeting that the local rep went to? And I think in terms of value for community, we need to know where are we duplicating and what is the incremental difference? I know we've had good success locally, but it doesn't mean that you just increase something without making sure you're aware of what else is in play at the time. And the signal I see from East Kootenay is something else is going on.
Yeah, I think we can probably schedule a meeting with just us, chat.
Yeah.
Do that in the next little while.
Normally I'm excluded from those because I don't participate in S108. I'd love to be invited.
So further to that, if I may, so what Director Jackman is pointing out is painting some clarity around this whole opportunity. And but it does require some conversation to clarify what indeed. So it sounds like the physician program does not exist the same way in East Kootenay as it does here. It's taken care of by Interior Health. We need to understand that a little bit more clearly. Because yes, this duplication is a concern to me. And overall, the effectiveness of the two parallel systems trying to do the same thing, are they in fact then competing with one another? I wouldn't think so. But do we need to have a direction of staff to bring back that information? How do we get this information, I guess, is where I'm going with this.
Well, I can ask Kathy. When I spoke to her about her weekend trip, she spent quite a bit of time with Northern Health and was able to compare what they do to Interior Health. Northern Health is far more active in recruitment for their communities than Interior Health is. They have different methods that we do.
Yeah.
And so I think she probably needs to be able to elaborate on that for us to get a better understanding. But if Interior Health did what Northern Health did in recruiting, probably would be able to change our recruitment program somewhat. But according to her and her experience with this, that's not the case. They have a much broader and fulsome program. But what they do is they fund things like housing, they fund vehicles, they fund things that we don't fund here. And to attract people, most people, funding that they have is for 2 years. So they have physicians that come for the 2 years that the funded. While they're there, they're exploring other places to go now that they're established in BC. Here, when we recruit physicians, we recruit them to stay. And they generally do stay. And so they have a method that is successful in recruiting physicians for 2 years, but they don't have a method that's successful in getting the retention that we have. So I think that's one of the biggest comparisons that she informed me of. But again, we can address that in the meeting, but that's what I was told when I met with you yesterday.
So in essence, we're referring one S108. Can we get some more information?
Good, yeah.
Deferring?
Dr. King.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, and 5101, I was also gonna ask some questions just on clarity for myself. The $25,000 lift, talks about, visitor center and recruitment. And so what is the breakdown between, what is the position recruitment, compared to last year?
Yeah, my
I can
understanding
speak to that
is, yeah, go ahead.
through the chair, the physician recruitment relationship with the town of Creston changed slightly in 2024, where the person in the position is actually an employee of the regional district. So the salary and benefits is through this service. However, you'll see at the top, there's an external contribution from the town of Creston. So the increase that you see in salaries and benefits is offset by a contribution from the town of Creston. So we provide the town of Creston the grant to administer and operate the physician recruitment program. However, the staff person is paid through us. So it's a little bit of a back and forth, but that increase in salaries and increase in benefits is offset by that revenue at the top.
So has the visitor center ask changed at all from last year, or they seem to be combined? I was looking for the breakdown between the two of,
I don't think it has actually. I think it's very similar to last year.
Through the chair, the visitor center operation is exactly the same as last year. The staff member there received the inflationary increase per our staff policy.
thank you.
I think it's Chair.
Yeah, so if I may, through the chair, so with what CAO said, the revenues then for S108, 2024 budget, 499, 500,000, and 2025 budget is 501,000. It's up by 1,000. I don't know that does that carry, it does carry through. So you're saying that the money to administer the physician recruitment program is gotten through the requisitions. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, through the chair, I guess you could say it's a combination of requisitions and then prior year surplus, which has come from requisitions. But I think the big thing in this service to note is surplus that's been rolling through, and we've been trying to release some of that into revenue to prevent a big hike in taxation in any given year. So that's why you'll see the surplus this year rolling forward is about 155,000. You see that in the 2025 budget. And then if you go to the next page for the 5-year plan, you can see how that prior year surplus is reduced, but then that requires an increase in taxation because that surplus is slowly being used. But we try not to spike the taxation in any given year too much. If we released all of that 155,000 into taxation this year, the taxation would go down by another 60-something thousand dollars, and then next year you'd see a huge hike, probably in the range of $120,000 to $130,000 in taxation. So we try to avoid that by smoothing that out.
Thank you. Which is more the reason why we really need to take a close look at the value of the local physician program. If there's others out there that can be run for less, and they have to be as effective.
Yeah, I was gonna pretty much say what Stuart said, that every time you accumulate a surplus and then, soften the tax increase, you create a distorted view, especially for people sitting observing what we're doing here. Fact is, if they're up-to-date expenditures, last year you only spent $373,000, and this year you're planning to spend way more, $501,000. So the only reason you don't see the huge tax lift is that surplus and a few other things coming in, town money coming in, a little bit of shuffling here and there. But if you don't look top to bottom on these, you might think, oh, we're holding the line. You're not. You're planning to spend a lot more money this year than you actually spent last year. You didn't spend what you planned to spend last year. That's what you have to come to grips with. Why didn't you spend what you planned to spend last year? What's going on with every line item? Where's this card shuffling going here? Because otherwise you inadvertently end up with an operating surplus. Some people say, oh, took money, took it somewhere else. No, it's sitting there. But that distorts your future taxation. I'd far rather see budgets that don't have large operating surpluses. You spend what you plan to spend. The biggest issue we have is like capital. We couldn't build the stairs because of different things. So we'll see 100,000 or a couple 100,000 bigger money flow from year to year because it's capital. But if it's contractual stuff and staff, and things like that, every year we should be within a few percent. What we plan to spend should be what we spend. And every year we come up way short of that. We should be saying, what's going on here? Why didn't we meet our targets for expenditures? Why are we floating ahead this big surplus? So that's where you need a separate meeting. You're not going to solve it here. You need to look at every line item and say, well, where did things change? Now, of course, these priority surpluses are accumulated over multiple years. So slowly you have to, spread that out because otherwise you dig a hole. But this service and S107 need a half-day workshop on their own, I think.
And totally agree to your point. But as you're seeing in the next few years, the amount of surplus rollover is less. So it's actually getting back to what you're saying. And that is, if you're not spending the money, why? And let's not bring in more money than we need to. Let's stay as close as we can to from our revenues and expenses and stop with the carryover surplus. I think that's what you're saying. And that's what's happening in this 5-year projection. We are consuming the surplus.
It's a good news, bad news thing. Consume the surplus, you get it down to zero. Then something happens and you're wishing you had a surplus. So you still have to plan for a surplus and budget for a surplus to cushion you somewhat. It's becoming a very small cushion is what's happening. But I think that when you look at 2029 and you see that there's zero in there as a surplus, I don't think that's a plan we really want. I think we still want to establish a surplus and maintain a bit of a surplus rather than just going to zero. Basically, we're leaving that to future directors if we're not going to be directors and also future taxpayers. But I just don't see that as a good solid plan overall.
No, and I agree. And maybe what we should be doing is looking at a policy that we're trying to achieve X amount of reserves or surpluses every year. That's part of the financial exercise. I don't believe that we do have, specifically for S107 or S108 or others, but maybe that's something that we need to be talking about post budget.
Yeah. And there's a balance. We were at a public meeting last year where the tax ratepayers really wanted us to use up the surplus because it cushions their taxes. But it's not the most practical way to manage things is to just blow your surplus and don't worry about the future. So we do have to strike a balance and we're not there, but you start to see surpluses go down to zero, but we still have the same plan.
So can I belabor this just a little bit? Because it's not to me enough to say it looks like it's good in the future. If you look at rentals, $30,000 now and projected through multi-year. Actual to date, 18,000. 12,000 is significant. Why? Is it because we haven't booked the last $12,000 instead of transferred to the town? I assume that's town property rentals. Is the 18 going to change? And if that changes, everything else changes. That's one. Another one, contracted services. For some reason, you thought you'd get a lot higher. You had to lift 115,000. You only booked 97, some $20,000 difference. Then you think in future years, you're going to drop down to the $100,000 range again. Why was it 15,000 higher this year? Why was it lower than that by 20? Is that a blip? Is that something that we haven't accounted for? Is that going to recur later? Like these are because you had 15 and 20 and then another 20, another 20. Next thing you know, you're carrying a huge balance. That's the level of scrutiny that I would like to see. Sometimes if you look at our resource recovery budgets, manager Amy Wilson exhaustively puts notes to the side of these. Why is it different? Why didn't we expend our target? Are we waiting on finance to process something up until we're ahead of the cutoff, January 31st by a day? So those are the questions, because I don't think you see the whole picture quite yet. And that's why after you see the whole picture and CAO and CFO have said, we're cut off. Everything old year is done. Everything else goes to new year. Then you need a workshop maybe a week from now to say, is there any other movement that needs to take place here, knowing how we may deliver services differently next year? I hate to start those conversations until you know exactly what you spent last year. So I saw Stuart looked interested there. I mean, those two items, why have we underspent by 15 and 20,000? Is it a booking thing or did we do something different than was planned?
Through the chair, the contracted services really has to do with the change in the way the Canada Day and holiday parade were operated. So there was budgets put in there that weren't spent through this service. The rental will come to $30,300. That was a delay in payments with the town purchasing that building. So now we're organizing our lease with the town. So we're holding that money until that lease is finalized and then it'll be released. So those will all come up. And you'll notice that the surplus in the current column for November 24 is showing about 194,000, but we're carrying forward 155. So we are assuming that there'll be further spend, particularly in the rentals and other accounts before the end of the year, because that's not final numbers yet.
So to Gary's point, yeah, it is advantageous to have the notes column added to this. It just helps to understand how these numbers are formed. You know, when we work with, and as your example with Amy Hooley's budget, when we actually sit down and discuss it, it's a lot more fluid because of the notes. It illustrates and generates better questions. The way we're seeing them right now is it's a number, and we don't understand the story behind it.
So is there anything else we can contribute to as one way here? As far as our conversations and questions before we move on to our next item. Hearing none, I guess I'm hoping that we can address some of this again in the workshop because we need to. And of course, not just that's one way that's all the stuff about. We're going to the next item on the next item is service 193, the public library, Creston areas A, B, and C. I know you're here for participating in some of this, probably right now as a source to answer questions. You have information that you can supply in the agenda, but I think that's a separate item from our budget discussion, I believe.
It's the information items that some of the directors and the board chair.
Yeah, we've reviewed that as well, so definitely keep that in mind, and again, you're a valuable source to answer questions.
Absolutely, that's fine.
Director Gapman.
Sure, thanks. So one of the points I brought up before, and what doesn't always show when we're looking at budgets for one community to another, is the cost of the building itself. So regional district owns the building where the library and some of our other services share. We have office space there, building inspection, admin support, bylaw. The question I'd asked before, because it's important to me to know we're putting money in the right place, because we know where it's coming from. It's out of your pocket. So where are we putting it? So right now, we've been allocating roughly $70,000 year over year into our long-term capital reserve. Of course, the arrangement we have, the agreement we have with the Library Society is that they're doing work and improving the building, like they just did flooring and other internal improvements and stuff. But we have to look at the building envelope and the long-term condition of the building. We're facing a request for a large increase in taxation or larger increase in the total money that we have to work with to go through the Library Society for operations. And meanwhile, we're still targeting to put $70,000 a year into the reserve. So the question before was, and I don't really expect an answer because I know it is so complex. We're in the process of all these, capital asset management plans, which should give us a better figure for the square footage, the starting age, the current condition of that building. Is 70 the right number? Should it be 50? Should it be 20? Won't be 20. Should it be 100,000 a year? Because when you look at what is contributed by any community towards a service, if it's Grand Forks and the cost of the library and now everything includes the cost of the long-term maintenance of the building, that's a different number than if you look at what we give to the Library Society here and what we hold off and aside separately from what the library sees. And if you don't add those numbers together, you get a distorted picture. If you add $70,000 across 14, 15,000 people, that's another $5 per person per year allocation. The chart, which I love to see because I like to know how the people are doing, if you add $5 to our current per capita expenditure, we move way up into sort of being mediocre level of funding for that kind of service to better than average. Do we want to be better than average? Do we want to be superior? Do we want to be where we're going to land depends on a lot of things. Benefits to broad-based community, including the youth program. That's a bit of a separate conversation. But the baseline information I have now needs to include everything we put into that facility if we're going to compare ourselves to other communities and understand it's apples and apples. So the 70,000, the worst possible thing to happen is we say, well, we're going to soften the blow to tax increases and we're going to raid most of that money and shorten up our capital reserve for a couple or 5 years, and then find we have a major issue. And then we'll be lowering whatever interest rate is of the day. So I don't know when staff is going to have better numbers for us out of that huge exercise of capital management asset plans. But I'd love to hear as soon as we can what those numbers should be so we don't dig a hole. Joe's hand was up there.
Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, through the chair, I take your point, Director Jackman, absolutely correct. Just to note that the actual requisition going to the reserve is actually reduced by $14,000. And so how that is, so in the notes, so I'm taking what finance is predicting we will have in interest revenue from the reserve and reduced. So I've kept it at 70, or else that would have said 84, for example. So that's what that note is intended to indicate. But completely agree. Whether it be this service or S224, in fact, any of our services, I know that Craig, Tricia, and I are definitely not waiting, that's not because we're active participants in it, but wanting to try and match the asset management requirements to something in the financial plan that's very transparent. And quite honestly, I was really hoping that this was something we would have accomplished this year, but we're still waiting on just kind of our strategy is how we're going to do that.
So supplemental. So our effective contribution is 84,000. And like it or not, that's one of the numbers we'll look at for a political decision when we have to weigh that against a taxation increase or impact on the ability to deliver service, hours of operation, that kind of thing. The other question was for the small services, East Shore and YAC reading societies. We red circled them for a lot of years and then we gave them a little lift. Now we're kind of red circling them again. They should at least see the small percentage increase CPI. So we realize that they have other costs and they do a lot of fundraising and sell books and stuff like that and try and eke their way through, and they're predominantly volunteer based. But I hate to see we do this with cemeteries, the little cemeteries, we do this with the reading centers. We red circle groups just assuming, they don't need any real consideration. Those should all get the CPI lift at least so that we recognize that they in fact are subject to inflation just like any other organization.
Dr. Vandenberg.
Thanks for Gary for Director Jackman for leading out on this. So really S193 for us new guys is a combination of capital and operating. That's what it is. So one of the things that jumps out at me is 59,000, line 59,000, where we have a reserve sitting at $500,000.
Yeah.
Once again, what is the right number? what is a policy around that? Where could we be? In terms of state, it's a lot easier for staff to put these budgets together if they have direction on these and other services. So that's one comment that I want to make in here. On the operating side, I've done my research, and I do have to say that our library is very compatible to Castlegar in the population size that it serves and the cost of doing the business based on the information that staff provided me. And it was an exhaustive spreadsheet to go through and try to see the similarities. Our library is asking for a 50% increase. I have a problem with that. 70% of that is going to wages. So I cannot approve a 50% lift. And it's going to end. That is higher than what Castlegar is asking for their operating increase. And so to me, in my mind, there's this level of service that I can't get into, I can't understand. But in terms of requests, being a guardian of taxpayer dollars, 50% is too high. And that is my comments. And unless I'm shown something different, and I've done a lot of digging in and exhaustive time spent on these spreadsheets, I will not be able to support that part of the operation in this budget.
Sarah, this might be a good time for you to introduce that chart that you gave us to give us some perspective on, again, comparisons with other libraries, because you've included a lot of information there. So my first question is, how recent is that information and how was it gathered?
Yeah, can
Yeah, people can't hear you otherwise.
So I need to give gratitude to the library director in Caslo who actually put this together. She just celebrated 20 years in her position, and she's been keeping track for some time on this. Part of that is her work to try to get Caslo's library funding towards closer to the provincial average. And you can see the provincial average is highlighted at $55.20 per capita. So per person per capita. I included this because you can see that Creston is at the lower end of funding for library services. Now, this doesn't include the reading centers. You'll also notice Pender Island is there. They also have reading centers similar to ours. So that would lift the number slightly. But, I also provided the it's not a great looking chart, but just sort of tracking provincial funding, because I wanted to include both, because we talk a lot at this table, at least when I've been presenting, about the province not sort of funding, but we have some room in our local government as well to fund our services. Public libraries have undergone a lot of change rapidly over the last decade or so. I've been in public library service for 14 years, and the demands on staff have changed dramatically. It's not just volunteers moving books around. We also have to sort of fill in gaps in government service as they come up. Some examples of that include the border crossings during COVID. So we had to help people with signing up online for that. Anytime there's a big government change of online services, our staff are there to assist people in those changes. Another big piece of that right now is a lot of websites and corporations are requiring two-factor authentication. We're just getting tons of patrons coming in asking to work with that and how to navigate that. So we're pretty nimble at adjusting to what people's information and technology needs are. When I started at the library 6 years ago, I was doing all the library director work, majority of the children's programming, and then supplementing with grants. And frankly, it's just too much for one person to be able to handle all that. So what we've done in the past 6 years is build up staff contingent that can actually meet all the service needs that we need. And it's showing. We had a 5% increase even during renovation last year. We just had a board game night and we had to open up the meeting room doors because more people showed up than ever. So there's a strong appetite in our community for community connection, and the library is a place where that can happen for a lot of folks who maybe don't find those needs being met elsewhere in the community. We're paying for staff, we're paying for people that are qualified to do the work. If we have to cut back service hours, that means we have to cut back staff hours, and it means that we might not be able to retain our staff. Which, you know, is sort of a domino effect in the community. So, you know, the other piece that I shared is what was shared with us from, we call the library partners, and it explains who those people are. But this is ongoing advocacy work at the provincial level that's being done. And this is shared with library directors, so there's some instructions in it. But I thought it was a really good outline of specifically the challenges that public libraries face and why the funding is so critical for us at this time.
Thanks for that. Dr. Jack.
So kind of to make two observations, I adjusted my figures a little bit because as Joe says, our actual contribution to reserve is more than 70,000, which means $5 per capita. It's more like $6.
Through
That's
the
part of
chair.
the cost.
Go ahead, Joe.
Gary, the contribution to reserve is 70, but the contribution from requisition is 70 minus the $14,000. So it's that's the calculus. 56 is what requisition is funding that.
Oh, okay, thanks. Yeah, so I thought there was another dollar per capita there. But if you add that, and you do add the reading center expense, which is kind of like $4 per capita across the entire area.
Mm-hmm.
So now we're 38. If you add the requested staff increase, it's kind of like $15 per capita.
Yeah.
That brings us up to kind of an effective $53 per capita, which is
Close
a
to
BC
average.
average. Now, our decision, tax people and deliver service to people, what really comes to mind is what happened in Toronto. This is the advantage of being able to meet people across the country a few times now and again. And I've been to Toronto for FCM. You may not want to pay my airfare and hotel there, but spend every day, every waking hour talking to people. Toronto said, we will take on way more. We will provide services in the province. Even the feds are failing to do because of the social issues. And we're going back 13, 14 years. And they thought libraries are a great place because they're so open, generally lots of hours. They have the ability to train staff and morph sort of their model, operating model, to do so much more, like the examples we just heard. What has happened since, of course, we've seen City of Toronto big push right back to the province saying, whoa, we're overwhelmed. We've taken on way too many social service functions through the city's budget, through their rec centers and their libraries, everything else they operate. They're overwhelmed because that's a floodgate. As soon as we tell the province, well, we can do that. We show them if we're willing to support society over and above the reading and learning function. We're able to provide other social services. It's so easy for us to just by default keep getting loaded more and more. And the funding from the province is less and less. So this is a dilemma. I don't want to see a decade down the road where the provincial model migrates further into the red. Like, oh, less money, you don't need it. We need to make a decision on how we're going to deliver some of our social services. CEO Moore, I thought, was great with his quick answer to me. I said, okay, we're a cooling center when needed. Yeah. We can be a warming center when needed during certain hours because there's staff there, fairly good numbers of days and hours in the day. Nothing, no recognition from the province whatsoever, unless it's an emergency. So this is where I'm really struggling. I need to find a balance. It's probably going to end up being halfway, but we got to have a longer term plan as to how we use that building.
I'm going to try and be helpful here because through our council meetings and discussions, we are working on drafting a new resolution. So when I looked into this in 2006, there have been 27 resolutions government asking for an increase in funding. So that suggests to us it's very difficult to convince them that we need more funding. So let's take our resolution and increase the whereas and wherefores to really match our situation. And one of the ones I looked at was Nanaimo last year, where they recognized that their library does social services that were not expected of them initially. And it is warming centers, cooling centers, places for people that are unhoused to spend their time during the day. And it's not recognized. But
I had a Saturday recently where we had children's programming going on. It was a big Pokemon tournament, and our staff also had to check on a patron that was possibly OD. So the social situation within a library has changed dramatically. It reflects the social situation we see, but because we're one of the rare sort of public spaces where people don't have to pay and they feel welcome, it's sort of, we're funded by government, but we're not seen as the same as government, which is actually kind of a nice place to be. It's a unique model. Our area library directors here are meeting with the MLA next week. We have an annual meeting with our local MLA. And so right now, this kind of messaging along with resolutions, it's all sort of, it's one voice, right? It's a lot of the same story being told, which is helpful. It has more.
I think one of our main points of discussion with our MLA is the fact that you've only funded, and I don't know what the increase in funding has been over the years. You may know, and I would really like it if you did know, so that we can use that in our resolution.
I have the last that was included.
There's a spreadsheet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's helpful, but we're talking about a government that also runs deficits, and they have to manage the money better. And I think part of the solution, and it's because of the social services that libraries are providing and increasing, some of that money should be diverted from those budgets to a library rather than just taking money out of general revenue and increasing our deficit just to fund libraries. I think they have to look at a better way of accounting for what they're doing and maybe shifting some of that money where it's actually already doing good to our community, but not being recognized. And so I think that should be part of our resolution, part of the discussion with the MLA.
So if I can, the resolutions, as you say, they've been endlessly ignored. We took a different tactic with waste management. I'm not going to go too far sideways here, but it worked. I went through years with 3 different ministers of environment. One of them actually was stuck in that ministry for multiple years, George Heyman. He's rotated out now. But what we told them year after year was, we're sending you a bill. Because in BC, recycling is free, but it is not. It cost us many years ago $1 million a year subsidy to sustain the free Recycle BC program. It was nonsense. They quit advertising like that. At least that message got through. We said, we're going to send you a bill for $1 million a year. You're not charging enough at the producer end and at the retail end, at the eco fee. You're not charging enough to sustain this program. You're just dumping it on local property taxation. This last year, we got a massive lift in the amount of money they give us for what we collect. It is reducing that subsidy significantly. But every year that we said, we're going to send you a bill for $1 million because you are not representing the situation correctly. And we'll just send you a bill. Of course, it can be ignored, but it's actually something that gets people's attention. I think we're probably in a position where we could start saying, we're going to send Ministry of Social Services or whatever, or community services. I haven't memorized all the changes from this. I've memorized Ministry of Transportation and Transit now, not infrastructure. I got that one down. But we will send you a bill for $100,000 a year. We are providing core social services that you have failed to provide in the community. That is maybe a more effective tactic than a UBCM resolution. Just we quantify it. We say we can't afford to keep doing this for the benefit of society and youth. And if you don't pay now, you pay later. If you let people sit in behind the back alleys alone or in a small group doing drugs or whatever, you will pay later. So our social programs and our health medical programs can't afford to not be inclusive at the earliest stages and also support people in all stages of their life. I'd love to send a bill if we can quantify that.
So, go ahead.
Just anecdotally, Service BC sends us people. They say, go to the library.
Directly.
You know, the border during a ride can, when people had to fill out a ride can, they were sending people.
Okay.
So oftentimes we hear, I've, come from another service that doesn't help. It's really common for us.
Interesting.
Is there a training component to any of that? Because your staff now have, oh, we weren't doing this before. Is there any? Just in that regard?
We have a variety of training available through us through the Community Library Federation, and we also purchase training as needed. One of the big pieces we use is an outfit out of the US that runs a homeless shelter, actually started training specifically for libraries dealing with unhoused folks, and that includes trauma informed, that includes understanding around addictions, and it's applicable to really a lot of customer service interactions as well. So that's a piece that the Kootenay Library Federation pays for, and we're able to access. We also have training around Indigenous awareness and relations. We can access a variety of things, and that the federations, they do get funding for an executive director through the province, through the same libraries funding that we have access to.
Director Beth?
So this is all good information to kind of color in where we're at today. The information that you presented, thank you for that, but I did not have time to go through with it, validate it, and so therefore it's of no use to me right now until I have the time to be able to analyze it. What I'm hearing though is a lot of conversation around social services, warming and cooling, you just said the training that's available, that sort of thing. Maybe we need to have a good conversation around the level of services. Who makes a decision that the library is going to turn into a warming center? Who makes the decision that it's a safe spot for this group, that group, or the other group? Who makes that call? Because every one of those calls translates into further funding. It translates into social services. It pulls us into social services whether we want to or not. And yet we've never had a conversation around what that accepted level of service ought to be. Because if we did, then we could be assisting and talking to the ministries, just as Director Jackman has colored and illustrated, but without having that workshop to understand the level of services, and this is the game plan, this is what we're going to stick to, we can't help any further. And just to be assumed that the doors are open to the public, therefore we're going to take this all on, that's not the right approach. That's the wrong approach, because is it the role? Have we decided, in fact, that it is the role of the library to provide these levels of service to the community? Because if it is, then we need to be going back to the province, which that is what they're supposed to be doing. And we are then inviting the mandate of getting services downloaded to us. I'm going, no, we need to stop. We need to figure out what is it that the library does for our community. Okay, then we can design our funding around that. If there's other things that it can do to help the community, that's great. But we need to have those conversations in front with the funders, not just at the board level of the library. The funders need to be a part of that conversation. And until we do that, I've got to push back. And right now, in my mind, Castlegar has the same population, lays out the same type of services, as far as I can tell, and for X amount of dollars. And so I see that as being similar to what Creston ought to be doing, with my understanding of the level of service, with the conversations that I've heard and said so far. So this is not a place to debate the level of services right now. This is a place where we need to talk about what we're going to do with the budgeting, and that conversation around level of services needs to occur, but in a workshop or a different format. Because I think we need to get a handle on that. Because once we get a handle on that, then we have the ability to try to open doors with them.
I think just wanted to go back to the conversation we had when I met with you last month, which is that Castlegar doesn't have comparable service. Right now, they don't.
So you say, I don't know. I have nothing to read and compare. I'm at a disadvantage because I don't know the level of service that we're supposed to provide here in Nelson. So, and I don't mean to cut you off, but you can say that, but I have nothing to go to be able to compare it to.
So I'm not sure how Castlegar does the reporting of their service levels. Probably like us, they just report to their board and don't necessarily share that with their regional district or their municipal government. We're kind of at our like, right? We get the operating grant and then we operate independently as a public library association. But I provided the annual snapshot for our programming services, and this year our adult programs more than doubled their numbers over the previous year. There is almost no adult programming in Castlegar.
Well, I would disagree because their reports, Nelson and their reports showed what they do. The BC model of that spreadsheet actually reports the amount of hours and the amount of programming that's in it. Creston is not in there. There's zeros in those columns. So I'm doing the best that I can to try to balance this conversation and ask the questions that our taxpayers need to have asked. And it's all about the level of service. And the only thing I can do is compare it to others that are similar. So the information is not there. And that which you provided today, have not had enough time to review it. It looks like, and I don't even know where the sources are from that information. So I'm just being honest with you.
Sorry, there's a bit of a mix of Castlegar and Nelson, so I'm unclear which you were talking about.
I've looked at all three.
Yeah.
Creston, Castlegar, and Nelson.
Yeah.
I've spent a lot of time studying the spreadsheet.
So those are the annual statistics that we provide to the provincial government. That's what we're looking at.
The spreadsheet that staff provided us, which is the summary of all libraries in the province,
Mhm.
all libraries.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know where to go from here.
Yeah.
You
Neither do
can
I.
see that through the RDCK, we will be struggling with those figures because they are a big increase. You can also see that our intent is to hopefully find some more funding from the province.
We're also working on that.
Yeah, and so where this goes from here is basically going to go to a board budget decision. We'll just have to see where that goes.
Yeah. I would just invite you to, you can see what we've built for this community and that it's really thriving and working. And if there are budget cuts, that will be reduced and we might lose staff and we might lose what we've been building over the past few years.
Yeah. Recognize that.
So where are we gonna go from here? Because I can't support a 50% increase. So when are we gonna talk about this again? Or is somebody gonna put a motion on the table to deal with this? Or, I mean, there's some things that we need to work on going forward in the future. And that is specifically the level of services. So I'm comfortable in knowing what those are so that I don't feel like the bad guy here saying, no, I can't support this right now.
So Stu is online. Little advice from Stu would be helpful right now if you're still there, Stu.
True.
Through the chair, if you want, I guess we could set up a separate, another additional meeting. You have done that in the past. If there are budgets that you want to do a deeper dive in.
I think this is one that we really need to take some time to discuss rather than just,
I think so.
either make a motion or nod our heads on this today. And it's something it's going to take a little time to establish what level we will be able to accept here because of the large increase it is. So we do have to have a separate discussion on this somewhere, somehow, and soon.
So Chair, if I could as well.
Yeah.
So through the chair, I'm not sure if you want to wait till another meeting to have this conversation or if it's something that you wanted to direct Sarah to do right now, which is, you know, in the past, I know last year you asked regional district staff to take a look at what service levels would go away at the rec complex based on a certain dollar amount reduction in the requisition. And depending on where your comfort level is with the dollar amount for the ask for the library, you could ask SAR to go back and say what services would have to be cut if the grant was at X dollars. And then that would give you an idea as to what the community might be losing should that ask not come through.
Yeah.
So I kind of agree with Stu a little bit. We should put a number on the pages of what if. What will matter to me as well is the other shifts in burden and taxation, which I spoke to earlier. I'd like to see as soon as possible. I got on BC assessment. I see, you know, across Scrutiny's, Elkford's gone up 11%. A couple of villages have gone down 1% total assessment. If they were side by side, that's a 12% shift in burden. I have no idea where ABC and Town are with respect to Nelson, Castlegar, the other contributors to our larger, like General Admin or our rural areas, how they contribute to our planning, development services, building bylaw inspection, that kind of thing. I want to see those numbers because there may be another hidden lift we haven't been aware of. I know I've looked at Area A property assessments and some of them have gone up fairly sharply. And that shifts the burden. Even if nothing else changed, it shifts the burden. In the meantime, I'm just going to throw something out there. 70,000 into the capital reserve, and we're uncertain, and we're in a period where I don't want to see a collapse of the program. Let's say direction of staff was to just, this is totally arbitrary, make the 70-30. It's $40,000 difference. The requested lift in taxation from 599.1 to 816.8 is $218,000. Take away the 40, that's about a shy of 180. So totally arbitrary. Let's lift taxation half of that difference, 90. Let's reduce the contribution to reserve by 40. Two fairly dramatic, totally arbitrary moves as a what if. And then that would put to Sarah, what if the taxation increase was 90,000 less than you've requested? And then what if to staff who have to manage the building, our contribution to reserve falls way short of what we have traditionally been doing. Part of how the 70 arrived, and Joe would correct me if I'm totally wrong, we aggressively, tactfully moved to take that building on. We were opportunistic. We grabbed it. We borrowed money internally through our waste services because it's the same four of us. We borrowed internal reserves and we made a balloon payment to the province to grab the building at what I thought was a good price. So we don't have long-term debt on a building. Whereas if you look at Radiant, I've been there, beautiful library, love it, but their long-term debt for the size of that village is huge. So we're not in the same position of debt, and I'm in a position of uncertainty about whether the reserves are adequate or not. So I don't know if we're digging a hole. Arbitrarily, though, reduce capital reserve contribution to 30,000 this year, 40,000 less. Arbitrarily, do a $90,000 tax lift, put it on the page, and by February 21st, when we sit as a board, we'll have all the numbers in front of us. We'll also have feedback from our service providers. So that's my recommendation for what to put into the 2025 draft budget for this service. And I would expect that the long-term contribution to reserve would also have to remain relatively low, or taxation is just going to go up. So we're going to put an artificial number, if you guys agree, as a what if.
So you're suggesting that we look at the reserve?
We do not draw from, sorry, Chair, don't draw anything from reserve. We reduce the contribution from reserve for this year, 2025 onwards, to 30,000.
30,000.
Allow it, put it in as 30,000.
And then plug the numbers in, see where we're at.
And then the other side of it, we don't do the taxation lift I see here. We just lift taxation by 90,000, which is still a lot of money. And just see where those shake out between our service provider and our facility managers.
So our monthly service amount as per this budget is around between 50 and 60,000 per month. So that's sort of a good indicator of how much we would have to cut. So that amount means 1 month of service, and then we would spread that out over the year with reduced hours. But again, it has the domino effect of possibly losing staff in that way. It's already hard to recruit because if you look at our wages, they aren't high wages, especially with people with the expertise required. And a lot of communities are having trouble recruiting new staff because of just the cost of housing, of moving to a new place. And Creston is, we have a housing shortage here. So,
But I don't think that that's what Gary's saying.
no,
Okay, so you're complicating this by talking about what your monthly payment obligation is, I think. And comparing that to what Gary's proposing. They're not the same thing.
Chair, I appreciate the frame of reference for the level of impact. That's something I'm looking
Yeah.
for. Instant feedback is good. Maybe we'll see written
that was the
feedback
numbers.
more firmly
Yeah.
later.
But yeah.
I want to see the level of impact.
Yeah.
I also want to see if we have any opportunity for success between now and the end of March when we have to fix our budget for any success from the province. Because I want these kind of numbers to be on the page when we talk to the province.
Yeah.
And when we talk about the shortfall, 90,000 less taxation than the numbers say we should have. Hey, it's roughly $100,000 difference. To tell the province, you need to be providing that $100,000. It puts us in a position to go up, down, or sideways from in terms of our final decision. Once we see all the numbers, it also gives us something on a piece of paper to show to the province and say, look, we just can't keep doing this. We can't support social services on property taxation ad infinitum. And look what happened to Toronto. The council, with all, it was probably Jack Layton at the time, all the best intentions of providing social supports, they buried themselves. And then they got to a point they had to just try and back right up. So what is the province going to do? Start burying all of its little towns and rural communities with social services debt? So it gives us a starting point to put a couple numbers on the page to go this way, that way, see what it would impact our service level, see what the province says to it, because it's not entirely our job to provide those services. So I'm just totally arbitrarily cutting a few things in half, slicing our reserve contribution and putting a number on the page that is debatable. And Joe probably says that's a silly thing to do, Director Jack.
Well,
Joe, you got your hand up. Go ahead.
Through the chair, I just want to make sure that you understand the risk on the reserve contribution. The last time that we had the HVAC system there serviced, we believe that we have 2 more years of useful life. So just to be aware, we unless Craig has it right now, we don't have an estimate on that. That's a very unique HVAC system that for the directors that weren't around the table, Carrie will know this. But the original intent when that building was built was that HVAC system was supposed to sit in the middle of the building in an upper mezzanine and supply it. But at the time, which was quite a while ago now, when the province was building it as a health unit, they decided that was they tried to reduce their capital cost, so they moved that HVAC unit to the ground level outside on the whatever side of the building that is, on the right hand side of the building if you're looking at it. It is a unique HVAC system that isn't something that we can just make a phone call for and have it. It is custom.
I don't know what he said, so.
Can I ask Joe
Yeah,
a question?
yeah.
Joe, do you know if there's already plans for the HVAC to be replaced? Because last summer we had it break down for a day during one of our hottest days. So I'm not sure if that 2-year timeline is I think that's like best case scenario. I know it's dated 1992 and it also has a pretty extraordinary energy energy bill attached to it. We pay about $1,500 a month in electricity, and I think most of that is the HVAC.
We're just gonna let Craig, through the chair.
Answer that one.
I'll just let Craig correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that when we had that work done, that the estimate is that it should be good for another 2 years.
Yeah, through the chair, there's a Rothheim's report. We can pull that up and look at the recommendation for replacement on that unit was, but we spent several $1,000s on repair on the HVAC unit this year, and the contractor had said that based on his assessment at the time that will function for a year, replacing it. So we'll come back to the committee with recommendations for future years on replacement.
My question to that, Craig, is you see a reserve balance there of $500,000. We need to replace an HVAC. How much of that reserve will we use now?
Well, right now, without understanding the complexity and even with the future needs and if we're looking at a high-end unit that delivers high efficiency and power energy use reduction, we could be anywhere between 100 and 250,000. Is my number. That's easy, but we'll come back to the committee with some more concrete information.
So if we're going to run an exercise of what if, I would like to, as an exercise for Sarah, to what would it look like if your ask from the RDCK was 25%? How would that affect the level of services? We did that to the rec. We had asked that question specifically last year to the rec center, and Craig came back with 3 major areas that talked about how it would be affected, and that helped us tremendously to understand the value and the budget. So, is that a fair question for yourself?
Yeah, I can definitely provide a what if. So I can bring you the figures of the reduced hours and the reduced staff pay.
Yeah, it's level of service. I don't need to know every little single hour. I just need to know generally the level of service that it affected and what you have to cut out type of thing.
Yeah, it would be service hours. So we would have closures on specific days because the biggest
Staff. There's lots of things you can look at. But anyway, that'd be yours. I can't get into that because I don't understand your operation.
Yeah.
Nor do I ever want to begin to, because that's not my job.
That's my job.
Yeah.
Yeah. In the past with kind of a lot of libraries over the past decade with the provincial cuts kind of cut services here or there, but it really kind of left a situation where we had a bit of a hole to dig out as far as needing staff to have proper service levels for the needs that we're seeing. So I'm not going to cut specific services or try to hide it or make it look polished. It would be closing hours, closing staff.
Well, you should look at some services, which we don't even know what you offer. So, but at any rate, that is the request, and if you could do that.
Director Jackman.
So if you do what I've suggested, increase taxation by 90, decrease contribution to reserve from 70 to 30, put the 130 difference towards the grant allocation, that will be about a 25% increase. It's not I threw a dart, but with a purpose. That's where those 2 recommendations for the draft budget amendment will land us. About a 25% lift, not 50% lift for the main library, and a little tiny percentage lift for the other ones. So that's where I'd like to
want to know what the level of service.
Absolutely, because once we propose that, automatically our service providers have to reconcile the ramifications of that. So I absolutely agree with you. But we haven't gone anywhere with this. My recommendation is that the draft budget reflect a $90,000 increase in requisition from 2024 to 25, and the 2025 draft budget for this service shows a reduction of contribution to reserve to $30,000 per year on an ongoing basis. And then we'll have 2 entities tell us what that does for them. And we'll have a number to give to the province and say, guess what? We're short.
Yeah.
And so is that a accepted direction to staff, Chair, and we can move to another service?
So I think that we can do that as a direction of staff. This point is not a motion because we're not.
No, it's just a draft budget entry.
But yeah, it's simple thing here is that this is a very difficult discussion and it's it takes a lot of thought because it is a large lift. And so the more information that we have, the ways that we've requested, helpful. So I like your suggestion, and I think we should make that a staff direction to give us the information we need, how we can deal with this without huge impact, because it's going to be very difficult for us to say, yeah, we're going to fund you entirely what you've asked for this year. So if there are ways we can do that, great, but if there aren't, we need to know what the impact is. So.
Yeah.
And Joe's hand is up again.
Joe, your hand's up.
Sorry, so through the chair, I just want to make sure I have my notes correct. Requisition will be a $90,000 increase over 2024. I'll reduce the contribution to reserves to $30,000, and the balance would become grant to the Creston Valley Public Library.
Grants to the library service providers. And I would hope within that you give that little tiny CPI lift to the reading centers.
Through the
So
chair,
don't
that's
compete
why I
with
asked the question. I can include those as well. Okay, I understood. If that's okay with just making sure that's good with the committee.
Yeah, I think it's an approach that's going to be helpful to us, and we appreciate the work that you will be doing on this with the direction we have. I think we have clear enough for now.
So my direction is to present what a 25% just
Yeah.
lift would be and what that looks like in our budget.
Levels of services that get altered or changed.
Yeah.
Also, I don't know if you've enumerated this. We're fully aware of this extra social services. I don't know if you've put a cost to that or a price to that, because it's important that we understand how much extra you're doing. And we don't know who's directing you to do that, because these are emergency services, or should be emergency and or social services. We know that when we look at to advertise more warming and cooling centers, the rec center is mentioned, and so is the library.
Yeah.
But what we don't know is who decided that should be that, and if the person that decided it has decided that, how are they funding it? How are they helping, other than just telling people that's where they should be going?
Yeah.
There hasn't been direction from anyone. We're responding to what we see coming into our building.
Okay, but you're doing so, and it affects how you and your cost of operating. And the better form to have that is this workshop kind of level of services discussion, so that it's easier for us to understand thoroughly what you're able to provide and have our input into.
Yeah, like it's not up to us to decide what she provides as far as that goes. One thing, but what I think we need to understand is what the cost of that is, because that's important. And we're looking for funding from the province and further. We need to understand kind of what the impact has been, let's say in the last 5 or 10 years, or since you've been here on staff, with these extra demands that really aren't what a library does. It's what a library can do and probably socially should do. But again, there's not a place where we can say, these are your instructions, here's your money to do it.
It's not unique to our public library. It's
Yeah.
public libraries across the continent.
Yeah, I get that, because I saw, again, the NIMOS resolution this past fall addressed exactly what we're talking about here. Of course, they didn't get any extra monies, but those are the type of things, again, we need to push as more of the whereas is on our resolutions. If all we do is whereas we don't have enough money, fund us more, that's pretty hollow. So the more that we add to those resolutions and reasons for it, maybe we'll get the attention.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's service 9193. Let's go onward from that to service 240. That's the airport. Director Van.
A little more straightforward, of course, we're, having a study done as to the future of the airport, and what it can and cannot do. So there is notes in here that talk about the additional money that we've allocated to the airport master plan, the work on it. And generally, we're seeing, just the same request as from previous years. It's really important to understand the results of the master plan, because that's going to influence how we talk about this budget in the future. So I don't know that there's a lot more I can say on that, other than I think that master plan when is that coming back to us?
I believe it's in the next few months, I think maybe March, so it's not that far away now. We've had some updates on it, but we haven't seen the final product, so, but it is coming up.
So from my point of view, the ask for this year versus last year is relatively the same, a little bit less. And I'm good with that for now, but everything hinges going forward on the results of the airport master plan in the future, for me.
Yeah, well, when I look at this, I kind of feel the same way you do. So this year's lift is not much of a lift. In fact, it's not a lift. So it's consistent with kind of what we hope for. Thank you, Jeff.
Yeah, the only thing I guess to add to that, because the 218,600 explains for the note where some of that's going. The society, the last budget that we saw was back in October 9th. And at that time they were anticipating just shy of 192,000 from us. So everything's in line. I'm just wondering, have they done any budget updates since October? I can't remember if there's, like, I was curious as to what's going on with their future capital. And of course they had other, projects like the turnarounds for Dash 8, all those kind of things that are very expensive and in flux. But if we had any update, unfortunately I missed the presentation. It was a conflict to go to the Airport Society and missed the master plan presentation. So have we heard anything else from the society since October 9th in terms of their
regularly attend meetings here?
What
you can add to me?
I actually haven't been at the last two meetings, Councilor. Colin was because I was on vacation. The last I had heard from them is that they're waiting on the master plan as well before they make any decisions when it comes to changes in budgeting. So I think that is why it's being held for that.
Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, through the chair. Yes. I just want, so one of the reasons why the grant amount goes down this year is because the budget amount for the master plan last year was 35,000 and this year is 15. So that's where that primary drop is. And what I noted in the budget document that we reviewed, I believe this is the correct service, or I do so many, but was that I just wanted to point out that this, so you would take 15 off of that grant amount that's in there, which is 201,175, and that it's always to remember that in this budget you do fund SAR. So just to make sure that is in this budget as well, which is unique. Lots of times that would be a type of separate service.
So I am, if I may, I am looking at the budget, the 5-year.
Yeah.
But what they're asking for on the RDCK side is
191,775
plus the 10 that you just referred to, puts us just slightly over 200,000. But then when I look at our S240, we're at 217,000. So I don't know where the extra
to the master plan
16. That's right. That's where it would be.
Yep. Balance.
Yep.
It's just October is a little out of date, but if it's good, it's good.
So I think it's
This one is pretty straightforward. Okay. Let's move to the next one.
Which, if I might make a comment, it might be helpful when we're doing this work that the budgets that have been presented to us become an attachment to our agenda. So otherwise, I have to go back into my computer and try to find it. Hopefully I've saved it.
Yeah. We're bound to this.
That's the external budgets.
So we'll move to S-191, the museum. Any comments or questions on what we see in front of us?
Question, Gary will know this. What's A109 again?
That's allocation service, shoot. You got me.
Through the chair, I can help here.
That's community services overhead allocation.
That's correct.
It's called. I forgot the name. Community services. There it is.
So why do we have money moving to
Good. Joe works on so many things, 100 things a week, and we don't try and apportion his timesheet divided into 100
Okay.
increments, and other senior staff.
That's correct. And
Basically,
through the Director Vandenberg, that's why I do put, you'll see A109 on a number of these budgets. Just I'm putting that there as a reference so that you'd be able to go back into the financial plan and know what that is.
It's almost all staff costs and a small amount of contracted service typically. And then general admin contribution as every service and IT contribution as every service at $100,000 between them.
So essentially it's a 5% increase is the ask.
Yes, through the chair, in A109, is that the piece that we're talking about, the 5% or this?
No, overall requisitions.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. Anything else on this one?
So what is, the 5% increase, what is that?
That will be from Tammy's budget, which I can't pull up. I had the other one.
Is there anything, associated with the
Difference.
materials from the, old elevator and some of the discussions around, including the museum and any, future plans?
I would say not yet.
No, I think it's
That's
still not even project yet, but the reassurances we got from the owner is that they'll cover off all expenses.
Yeah, there's for 2 years that
Yeah,
hopefully will offset what we want to do.
so to find that the museum is at a disadvantage in 2025, I don't know that should be the case.
Okay, let's go with service 224, which is our website.
Through the chair, Joe, I'll speak to this, and Tricia and Joe, cut me off anytime you want, and directors ask any questions at any point. Staff, knowing that the notes attached to the side of this draft budget would require more explanation, provided the explanation in a bulleted report, I'll speak to that. And just, we're structuring this as just a bit of a review of 2024 financial performance as it ties to the 2025 draft budget and the 5-year financial plan for S224. For 2024 in the revenue side, we had a good year with user fees, so point of sale, admissions, memberships, passes, etc., exceeded by 105,000. Rental income, which is use of the ICE meeting rooms, etc., exceeded by 38,000, 13%. Programming revenue was slightly under budget expectations, 85% of budget expectations. But compared to 2023, there was an increase of 16% in programming revenue.
Can I ask a question on that? Because, we set the 2024 budget a full year ago. Our user fee increases have been incremental and normally kick in the fall. So as part of our user fee revenue increase, due to that increase in users, increase in the amount per use, or have we also seen a significant uptick in numbers of people through the gate or through the door? So, or is it half and half? Like, where's the extra money coming from? Because we increased the fees and the rental rates, or because we also had nice up in users?
Through the chair, I'll defer to Joe or Tricia on that one.
I can take that one through the chair. So through to Director Jackman, there'd be a small portion of increase due to the changes in user fees that would have been applied as of September, so in the fall of 2024. But generally speaking, it's the usership of the facility that you're seeing the majority of the increase.
Thank you. That's the word usership. That's the word I couldn't come up with. Great. And that's good news. That's, even though we increase the fees a bit, people still appreciate and value this place. That's great.
Through the chair, on the expense side for 2024, salaries were underspent in most areas. We had some staff on extended leaves that led to some lag in service delivery, so some gaps in spending. However, in aquatics, and it's not shown in the report that I've provided, but in aquatics we had budgeted $300,000 for aquatic staff, and I believe we had spent close to 370. So we hadn't planned on having so many staff trained, recruited through our Give It a Try, our subsidized training program. And so we midsummer had an unexpected influx of lifeguards, and so between them onboarding and training, we spent additional funds more than we had anticipated, but we also expanded the hours of the aquatic facility sooner than we had anticipated as well. So we overspent in aquatics. Insurance unexpectedly.
Chair, can I interject there? Because not to maybe give the wrong impression. You didn't expand the hours. You ramped back up to previous historical usage. I don't think there was
through the chair.
You just recovered to the previous.
Well, through the chair, we're not quite at
closer.
And I'll talk about that as we talk about 2025. But we had gone from about 59, 60 hours a week in the pool to about 65, 66. And traditionally before the pandemic, we were 73, 74.
So you didn't really expand. You're just recovering the access for public.
Well,
you're coming back up to what used to be the traditional access for public.
And through the chair, I'll clarify, we expanded more than we thought we would be able to have capacity for because we had additional staff. So we overspent in aquatics based on budget, but overall the salaries budget is underspent.
I guess through the chair, I don't want to use the word expanded where people think that we're just recovering.
Correct.
To historical service level.
Through the chair, S224 is still in aquatics, is still behind as far as, and so that is our goal for this year. Yep. Insurance was unexpectedly, we had to pay more, 20,000 more than we just budgeted for.
So, I may, Craig, are you going through the line items or are you going through your?
I'm going through the right now, and just as a recap of 2024 financial performance, and the net column on the document that I provided for the 2025 draft financial plan, that's the 2024 on the right hand side. It says 2024 net. That's that'll sort of correspond with how we generated the surplus, but I'll just speak to the bullets first. In equipment, we had underspent, and appreciating Director Jackman's comments earlier about you can ask for the money if you're not going to spend it. The plan is to spend it this year, but we haven't increased those. Contracted services slightly underspent. Repairs and maintenance included a pool filter valve project of $40,000, so we replaced the pool filter valves, which was something we had to do. And the one theme with S224 that we knew that these debentures mature at certain dates. We just don't know what the anticipated interest rate was going to be. And so we found out in December that one of the debentures had matured and the new rate was 4.1%. And so for 2024, although I think it doesn't quite show it, I think there's a bit of an accrual that needs to happen to that debenture interest number. But the impact is more 2025 and 2026, and I'll talk about that. And the overall surplus, you know, in the net column says 1.4 million, but there are some accruals and additional expenses to be put to 2024 that we're anticipating the surplus of being 1.3 million. And you'll see that the generation of that surplus was 785,000 from unspent on capital. But a lot of it was from revenue, unanticipated revenue on the through the front door sales, and also some underspending in some of the discretionary areas. In the report, I'm looking at the capital table for the directors, so I'll just speak to that briefly. The East Stairwell project, as we mentioned, was retendered, and that will be completed in 2025. We need $250,000 for that. The aquatic fruit project was completed. That we had thought that was going to cost over $500,000, and that came in well under budgeted amount. So for the 2 years we ran that project, I think it's closer to 360, not 500. So that was done well. Solar array, the budget, there's a bit of a budgeting snafu there where we had budgeted 43,000, but it's actually accrued to 2023. So we only paid the $4,000 in the holdback. The outdoor washroom replacement project was put out for procurement, and we didn't have anybody submit a proposal. So we went back out to a proposal with it. Sorry, go ahead, Director.
Where is this?
It's in the report that I'm speaking to.
Page 28 or 50.
It's able
In the addendum, page 28 in the addendum.
Where is it?
It's in the report for us to do work.
Where's it going up here?
Sorry, what are we talking about?
Where is the bathroom being built?
Oh,
Thank you for.
through the doors to the left.
Thank you for verifying. The outdoor washroom is going to go on the same location of the old outdoor washroom, which is just adjacent to the baseball field. So there's already physical water, sewer, and power situated there.
In the ground.
There's a building there now for that?
There was.
Oh.
There was a shed.
It was, yes, and so that project was.
That's a $250,000 to put up.
That was, so through the chair, that was the original budget. And my experience with outdoor washrooms is they can cost that much, and so we didn't want to underfund that project based on the scope of it. And we do it. The first procurement kind of fell flat. There are some prefab. We were looking at a prefab skid mounted washroom, and then nobody put in a submitted proposal. And so then we went back to consider our options. We had asked for a site frame built washroom quote, so we got that as well, just as a rough. And so now we have a current procurement, an RFP out right now for both options, prefab delivered to site, and frame built on site. So we're
with a tank. I have a holding tank.
no, we have no. So the
plumbing there.
yeah, everything that, and that's why we chose that location versus running expensive services to a new site. It's already serviced.
So can someone reach out to you for the technical specs on that?
The RFP is posted on the RDCK website and BC Bid right now.
And BC bid?
Yeah.
Okay, 250,000 should get us about 6 of those units.
Well, and so just for the directors, the after we had done some more market research, the early indication is that we could have this delivered for half of that much, or let's call it 70% of that, not including project management fees. And the refrigeration plant replacement, we had budgeted $100,000 in Creston and $100,000 in Nelson to do the engineering. We're going to do those projects simultaneously, and we had received a bid from Polar Engineering for $50,000 total. So we see some savings in the engineering, and then the procurement of the equipment will happen this year, and the installation will happen next year. So we're budgeting $1 million for the refrigeration plant in Creston. And we also there will be some numbers to this budget. I would use the word tweaked or added. there's another side project to the engineering and the design of the refrigeration plant that Fortis will be involved in. There's a grant structure, a grant agreement with them to do some DDC renewals. So we've got that, that'll show up. I think our contribution to that initially is $11,000 over and above what we're currently putting in. But I'll bring that package back to the director so you have a clear understanding of what we're spending and what Fortis is doing on that. We're still waiting for the memo from Polar Engineering on the overall package for Nelson and Creston. Lighting replacement, although this doesn't show it, and I apologize, we did spend about $67,000 replacing the arena lights and the curling rink lights, and we will be applying for a Fortis rebate for that. So we had budgeted $150,000. We will be doing the aquatic underwater lights in 2025, and that budget will be under $100,000. So we're budgeting $100,000.
How often do you have to replace those lights?
The aquatic lights in Creston, in an aquatic, depending on the quality and how they're used, could be 10 to 15 years for aquatic lights. And if they're I think if they're installed sufficiently maintained, they probably will last longer.
Are they that old now?
Sorry?
Are they that old now?
Well, the pool's only 14 years old.
So they are.
They are getting that old, but they actually have been functioning well for a couple of years. So this has been something that we've been trying to.
So in order to do that, Craig, you have to drain everything out of the pool, and is it the whole insert that has to get changed out on those things?
So through the chair, and I'll speak to this really quickly. So through the chair, we could just replace like for like new technology with LEDs, power use, etc. There's also with LEDs, the ability for a software piece to control the actual color of the lights. And so we were looking at that as an option as well, that you could have a bit of an effect. And so we believe that there's enough in the shallow parts of the pool where we can pull the lights out. There's enough wiring with expansion that we could do the light replacement with existing. But in the deeper part of the large tank, we do have to drain the pool down. We do that every year. Most every year for turnaround anyways.
Yeah.
And so that'll be coincided with that. So
When the lights are not working, what does it look like? Is it dark?
No, through the chair, the lights are an enhancement. We currently, that aquatic facility has plenty of natural light coming through the window, and we have natatorium lights that are bright enough that the underwater lights allow us to do things like turn down the environmental lights, and so that then you still have a good view of the bottom of the pool. It's still a safe facility. You can see clearly to the bottom. Our lifeguards have never reported having problems seeing, but underwater lights are a bit of an ambience to aquatic facilities.
Nice to have.
Well,
That's what I'm hearing.
Not necessary, but nice to have.
well, right now we've been getting by without, and I think that it's in between on whether they're nice to have or a need to have. I'll get back to you on that. The paving, we did $71,000 in paving, patch paving on the front, and we'll continue that with $100,000 in more paving. We did it late in the year, and we actually, I think that the contract came in at a very affordable price. So I don't know if we'll wait again that long. We'll try to get it done. So $100,000 for paving, and then $25,000 for CCTV cameras. And we've talked about this in the past, but we have no surveillance in the aquatic facility, in the meeting rooms, or in the arena whatsoever. And so we'll be looking at expanding our surveillance in those highly used areas, just to ensure that we've got security, and we can, if something happens in the arena, we can't show anything to the RCMP.
So, but that number doesn't include future.
That number is for this year only. So we've got enough expansion with the existing system to add 8 to 12 cameras, I believe. And then if we looked at down the road, there'll be more asks for additional CCTV enhancements in the future. So that could be a program of replacements.
So just a operational question in that, who has access to that information? Like, you're going to record that information, you'll have access to it. Who will actually have access to it?
So through the chair, we have an overt surveillance policy that the RDCK enacted this year, and the facility manager is the only one who has access to that. In the past, it was it was the front desk could see what was happening in the park but through that overt surveillance policy, we want to make sure that only certain people can see and record and release files as per the policy.
So there are cameras, but they're just not working?
No, we don't have cameras in those areas. We have cameras in a lot of areas, but not in the arena or the pool or the meeting rooms.
Okay, I thought I've seen cameras in the,
There's in the lobby of the arena, but there's nothing that shows the arena itself.
oh, I see.
Right. So that's capital. And the one thing about the capital with the refrigeration plant is we're planning on funding that entirely with reserves. So we had put some money away, and we were gonna spend 950,000. So the 5-year plan showed that up until we've generated a large surplus. And so that number transferred from reserves at 600,000 allows us to, there's a little bit of room in there. Our reserves right now are 1.77 million. And so in the 5-year plan, which I'll talk about in a minute, that 5-year plan expends the majority of, or if not all of the reserves. So for 2025, this is a draft budget, knowing that if staff are given direction to come back with some recommendations, we will be able to do that. So this shows a requisitions increase of approximately 1%. User fees, projecting similar levels of revenue from user fees in 2024. Rental revenue, budget anticipates comparable rental revenue. Sales of services, so that's programming adjustments have been made to reduce the overall budget. And so they're right sizing the programming budget versus the service delivery. And sale of goods, which is a sort of an ancillary where we sell goggles and swim caps and baby diapers through the front desk. That's what that's about. So it's a small number. For expenses, salary shows an increase for CPI and union bargaining, plus additional staff and aquatic. So we had budgeted to get to pre-pandemic levels, 73 hours in the aquatic facility per week. And so there's, as I said, we had spent 70,000 additional in aquatics that we hadn't anticipated. So the 125,000 increase for salaries is really a $50,000 or $60,000 net increase over. So to go from 50 hours or 56 hours to 73 hours is costing us about 60,000 additional hours. And that's to get us to 73 hours a week in the pool. And that's as of January 1. So that number can be prorated, obviously, that we're almost through January. And if given direction, the staff can set a date for that if we wanted to do that in the spring, we could then prorate that increase so that it didn't have an impact.
We're into this now, right?
I'm still speaking at the report. Sorry. Yes, it is coinciding with the 5-year plan or the 2025 plan.
So I guess through the chair, because we're here and that 73 hours per week, we had roll back 5 years ago. We had all kinds of requests for somebody wanted to swim at 5 a.m.
Yes.
Someone else wanted to swim at 10 at night. Somebody wanted a late Sunday and stuff. But the 73 where we settled on at the time, have there been any other new or expanded requests, or is that kind of where community's at right now?
Through the chair, it's the schedule, the hours per week as a service level for how we delivered pre-pandemic is a target. Where we put those 73 hours is slightly different. Where
Still shifting.
pre-pandemic we were open 1 till 6 on Saturdays and Sundays, and now we've recognized that we were opening the pool just to lessons in the mornings from 10 till 1. But now we've opened from 9 till 1 or 9 till 6 on Saturdays, and people are using that time. And so the 73 hours won't look the same as they did in 2019. They will look more like, we'll probably expand Mondays and earlier mornings. I can't remember which day is short right now, but it won't look exactly the same as it did in 2019.
But it meets most recent demand or requests.
We believe so.
Perfect.
So with that said, can we get away from this pandemic stuff now? We are now
In a new.
freshly
Yes.
into, this is our trend. This is what happened in 2024. This is based on 2024. This is what we're gonna do 2025 and so on, right? We can get out of this whole pandemic conversation.
Well, and that, like, we use that as a target for what we used to do. 73 might be a number that might not apply
It
because,
becomes irrelevant now.
well, Castlegar and Creston, Castlegar is, their pre-pandemic was 88 and Nelson's 103. And so with staffing, with funding, we could get there, but again, we have to right size it to the community and the facility. But right now, we're using that as our target. We can come back to the committee for conversations about what that looks like in the future. Similar to the conversation with the library about setting service hours. So the one thing is, and we did, we noticed that certainly underspent in repairs and maintenance, underspent in equipment. And so we know that if we don't use it, we'll lose it. And we're not asking for any additional funds in 2025. There is a project to replace the stairs, the Allen block stairs outside of the aquatic facility for $30,000. That's a project that has been a couple of years waiting for that to get done. So that adds to the repairs and maintenance, but those numbers can be right sized. We're not asking for more than we need there, and we're going to spend the money this year. And the big increase, and I'll speak to this for a second. The big increase to S224 is the debenture interest in 2025. It's an increase of $165,000, which is almost net 3% of the overall. And in 2026, that actually converts to closer to $230,000. And so that's the big hit to S224, and that right now is funded by surplus. So that doesn't show up as a requisition increase. That is funded by the large surplus that we have in S224 for 2024.
So if I can just go back to, I've made some arbitrary, let's throw a dart recommendations for the library, but that's the same thing we might end up in the library in a couple 5 years of forced 5-year borrowing for major capital works, and who knows what interest rate. So this is a good example. I mean, when we take a risk, not having the capital, or we use operating surpluses to not dig a hole, or we dig a hole to not fund the increase. So on that, why would we not be looking at a net increase? A little nervous about what we're doing here, because we know there's a major cost increase for many years. Do we have any of the other loans expiring in the near term that will drop off entirely? I think I ask this question every year.
Through the chair, they all expire in 2031. And there's one other one that comes due in 2025. Finance is anticipating it will fit, and that number that we put to the increase for this year at 802, that's the estimate included that one as well.
Okay. So no big surprises.
Not in 2025.
Okay.
Unless interest rates kind of go in the wrong direction.
Well, 2025, we don't know what's going to happen. It's going to be a crazy year. So we need to be very cognizant of ensuring that we're in a good position for the future, because we don't know what's going to happen this year. This year's going to go crazy.
So through the chair, the total reserves right now in S224 are shown at 1.776 million. I'll speak to the 5-year plan unless there's questions about the 2025 plan before we get into the 5.
Can we get into this now?
Yes.
Oh, thanks. So what is the deal with insurance? Why is it 20? What is the anticipated? Why is it going up so much? It is 20 grand again for next year alone, 20,000 increase. Is there ways of shopping this insurance so that we always know that we're remaining competitive? I don't know if it's necessary. I don't know if you've tried it. But it's like 131,000, or pardon me, wrong one.
111,000
for insurance. And that's a jump of more than 20 grand. Well, no.
It was 20 more than the budget, or was the actual cost, but I'll defer to Joe or Stu on that one.
I mean, that's just the cost of doing business, because are we shopping this?
Yes.
I do. When it comes to my house, they make me take my breath away and I go shopping.
You're the chair. So the regional district has one policy, so that work is done by finance. And our insurer is the Municipal Insurance Association of British Columbia. So because MIA now actually does property insurance as well. So it is MIA. So there's a couple of things. Of course, we know that insurance is reacting to real market conditions out there. So there's that piece which we don't control. But the other thing was that our buildings were undervalued in our insurance policy. So we're still working on that. But I would say that the primary increase in 2024 was due to changing the amount that the insurance was for to cover our projected cost of a rebuild. So if that was the total loss piece. But we are going into a process of reviewing that as well again right now.
Okay. Oh,
On insurance, if I can just interject. I remember standing beside the municipal insurance agency representative at AKBLG in Castlegar many years ago. Well, Castlegar had people twirling on these long ribbon things over a concrete floor, no net. And his comments were, wow, are they adequately insured? So we insure buildings. We also insure against risk for programming and activities. So is there any activities that we're offering here that are pushing us to the higher end of the insurance envelope? I think of skating. Like I see the other day before my grandson's practice, everybody in power skating had helmets. Everybody had certain protective gear. Is there any risky activity that we're promoting or allowing in the building that it would help us if we changed? Or have you got everything covered?
Through the chair, I would say that none of our programming is outside of the risk level that MIA would consider as normal recreational services. Our services are very standard to what you would see across the province. If there was a high risk activity, normally we wouldn't get involved. Normally that would be something where it might be a renter or a rental and that kind of a relationship. In that case, then we pass that risk back to them to provide insurance coverage and not the district.
Fair enough, thanks.
so if I may continue, then the other thing that always jumps out to everybody is the cost of where is it go? Your bank charges. Like 18,000 was your budget. Or no, that's your to date, 2024, 18,000, but you're only budgeting 13. Although I'm saying only. That's a lot of money for bank charges. Is that just the reality?
Through the chair, bank charges are actually most of that is our fees for like Visa, MasterCard, and those kind of payment types. So that's what that is actually reflective of. So now may there be like standard bank charges in there? Yeah, possibly, but I know that the majority of that are actually transaction fees.
Wow. And I am going to comment back to Craig's position, in terms of the budget. We either use it or we lose it.
Yeah, don't.
I was big to differ. What I would like to see is whatever the actuals come in for a given year, I think the budget ought to reflect a modest increase of 10-15% for the next year budget. Because some of these are beyond that. And I don't agree with use it or lose it. I think that I would reward that if it's an efficiency that we're seeing, I'd be happy to grant the funds for it. But the mentality of we've got to find a place to spend the money anyway, because otherwise we're not going to be able to ask for it in the next budget. That concerns me, and that's just a comment from my point of view.
Appreciate that. I'll just speak to that. My experience especially with administrators, is don't ask for more than you need. Especially but I hear what you're saying. If we're being efficient and we're being diligent to spend the money wisely, then we can request more. My point is more about looking at those numbers and wondering if they were overstated initially before we asked for them last year, and then making sure that we don't do the same again.
If I can,
Through
the area, so that
if I could just
let Joe go first.
Yeah, go ahead, Joe.
I think what Craig is referring to is that we have noticed across our services, not just in this one, but sometimes where there seems to be an effort, a good effort to plan work that we actually can't accomplish. So we are really pushing our managers, operational supervisors, that if we have these, like, especially when you look at repairs and maintenance, lots of that will be renewal, and as we all know, like, that is actually a critical function for asset management, that we have to get better at accomplishing what we're planning to do. And so I think that's more to what Craig's comment is about. And that is something that we're pushing very hard. We're also pushing very hard on people coding things correctly so that we get reliable figures year over year so that we can be doing better planning. So we are trying to, I would say, emphasize the due diligence that's needed to complete projects and to account for them. So that is a big focus of this year in particular.
So that's the really message I wanted to get across, and a good conversation around it. From my point of view, nothing else is really jumping out at me at this point. I'm sure Gary's got something, and perhaps Director Tierney does as well.
Well, still on this topic, if I can, and the fire services was where I found the most traction. You got to do 3 to 5 year averages. Even Riendell Community Center, I had them do that. I did them for them actually. So the problem with fire services, in one case, there was money in a budget. So somebody said, "Oh, let's buy new tires for the fire truck." They were low mileage tires. It was $9,000 to put tires on that truck, and they were low mileage tires. And they had the wrong concept that the budget, the money would go away, which is totally wrong. So I realize our administration, our staff managers are experienced and mature enough to know nothing is lost. No money ever leaves a budget. So really bite your tongue if that term comes to mind. But it is valid to do 3 to 5 year averages. It shows 2 or 3 things. If the 3 year or 5 year average, if you have something that's a rapid rise in energy price or propane is volatile, you got to use a different length of average for some things. And then you look at the inflation factor. And that also, even though it's a lot of work, it tells you where you've consistently had inadequate maintenance staff to, as you say, do the targeted repairs. Need to be done eventually. So whether staff can go around and an hour here, an hour there, keep on top of it, or you end up having contracted out, tear the whole system out and spend $100,000 for a major repair. But it's got to be, to me, 3 to 5 year averages. Then everything, allow a certain inflation factor on it. No money is ever lost in our budgets. I don't want the public to ever hear that word. We track everything and we carry everything that's not spent. It's got to be accounted for in this budget. And I think these budgets are fairly well shaped for the most part. The other thing, when you say MasterCard or credit card Visa fees, I'm hoping you're meaning that's our clients paying for their membership on Visa, which is unfortunate. They can't use a debit card because they don't have the cash. That it's not that we're making any purchases on credit. Our purchasing agent is using cash or e-transfers, I assume. All the credit card bank charges are the public using the cards at our front counter. That's where our bank charges are coming from.
Yeah, through the chair, this service uses credit cards sparingly. The manager and supervisors use it only when they need to.
Yep.
But to Joe's point, increase in revenue through the front door is an increase in bank charges.
So we have that again. Go ahead.
Well, through the chair, sorry, if you saw my hand raised, Craig made the point. Is that you're going to see those bank charges are going to unfortunately match revenue generation.
Anything else on this one?
I wanted to ask what grants are given by the
All the community centers.
57010.
Windle Hall, Canyon Hall, West Creston, we give all them operating grants.
I can speak to that addition, the increase, the $10,000 increase in 2025. And so the conversation we had about the seasonal parade in December was that 5,000 would be laid out to an operator of that through a grant that staff would administer. Now, the most recent parade, we had put in the request for them that there's 5,000 added for next year, but also the 5,000 from last year that wasn't spent. I'm still waiting to make that happen. That might be approved to 2024 if they get their expenses in time, but in case they don't, that money is there in 2025 to also pay out. So that's why there's a $10,000 increase in that number. It should be a 5,000, and in the 5-year plan going forward, it's only a $5,000.
And no impact on taxation because they either show us an increase in the surplus or a decrease in the surplus. It'll balance. Yeah. And they don't have to finish that until tomorrow. I think.
Thanks.
Is there no other questions on the 2025 plan? I'll just briefly speak about the 5-year plan. And as I mentioned that, in the report, that the highlights are the increase in requisitions to offset the interest. And so when we get into 2026, there's a significant jump in requisitions. We have moderate capital plan and also, continuation from the library conversation. The report that we got from Roth Iams a couple of years ago on this facility included some numbers that weren't necessarily practical. For example, in 2026, they want us to replace the bleachers in the arena, and those bleachers don't need replacing. They're wood and they've been there forever, and so there's no need to replace them unless we really wanted to dress the place up, put some chairs in. But we're still in the middle of waiting for the asset management plan, the regional asset management plan to fully land with the recommendations and a go forward plan. And the other one that's ongoing, Joe and I met with the senior energy specialist and sustainability yesterday, talking about the greenhouse gas feasibility study, which was going to inform some of these improvements going forward and how we get there, or how we get to our greenhouse gas reduction goals. That one is still yet to come forward to the board. So there's no direction to us in recreation from the board as a policy setting for reserves or capital investment year to year. And so we will, use placeholders in the 5-year plan just to bide some time and show, for example, 350, 360, 275, and 365. Those will mean something one day. Right now, they're just placeholders in the budget. And everything else in the 5-year plan is relatively CPI based. So there's a CPI, an annual increase that everything is attached to, other than the interest, the venture interest, and the capital. And then the other thing to note, as I said, the contribution to reserves in the 5-year plan, essentially, those values will remove the 1.758 million out of the 1.776. So there'll be $20,000 in reserves left over at the end of this 5-year plan, unless we contribute more. That's that.
Okay.
And-
Move to service 152.
Well, on that last note that Craig made, are we making a mistake not upping taxation another % or so in order to make sure we don't get down to zero reserve? Are we making a mistake optimistically thinking, we'll be out? So again, we could wait until we see the total budgets.
That's what I'd rather do.
But I'm worried in 2025, 2026 that
Go ahead, Joe.
we should.
Yeah, through the chair, I just want Gary to keep going with where he was going, because your risk right now is next year.
Yep.
So the full impact of that increase in debenture is felt next year, because this year is being blunted because of the surplus. So if we hit our operating goals, that should mean that we come in with less surplus. And then you have that $300,000 change. I think it is. That's about right. Craig, a good general number. Okay, Gary's probably
312.
312. You get hit with that next year. So that to Gary's point, you don't have to make that decision now. We had even Craig and myself and Trish, we'd even had the discussion about a zero increase in in this service, because we can probably make that work. But the problem is next year we don't escape the debenture interest. So that's the risk is next year.
So you potentially could operate on a 0% increase. This budget does reflect a 1%. So to Gary's point, 1% is 1.25 making sense.
Well, if we went to CPI, that would get us halfway to that unavoidable lift of, would I say, 312,000?
CPI.
If we use CPI instead of 1%, consumer price index
I
for
know,
this
but
year's
it's
tax,
3.3.
that'll 3.3, that'll get us almost halfway to what the next lift is gonna be. Otherwise, we're in this shocking conversation. Whoa, how come it's so much money the next year? Well, because we didn't bank enough money to do what we know we need to do.
Well, let's see what
So-
it looks like at a 3% increase then.
Or 3.3, would we make a more sensible overview when we see the whole thing on February 21st. It'll just put us in a better position, I think.
Yeah.
More realistic position.
Do I hear 3? Do I 3.5? 3.25?
Why not CPI?
I just rounded, just 3.
Through the chair, just want you to know how that will show up. So what we will do is we'll create an expense line called accumulated surplus for that funding. So it sits there. So the intent is that it's not there for us to spend. But you could at a future meeting, do a budget amendment to move that if there was a reason why that did need to be spent this year, if that makes sense to the committee.
So what are we doing?
I would rather that staff revise the draft budget to allow for a CPI lift in requisition,
You're stuck on that 3.1,
3.3.
3.3.
I'd rather be consistent because I'm gonna say that more often in the future.
All right.
That's
Fine by me.
$152,000.
Consumer price index.
My problem with CPI is that it's expected and continues in being expected. It doesn't give the opportunity for efficiencies. It's just an expected CPI. It's automatic.
But through the chair, we talked about service levels and aquatics. We can talk about hours we keep the arena open. We've had those conversations about whether or not we're going to expand or return to some arbitrary previous condition. That's where we can reduce.
I'm
other
saying we
costs.
should come up with a different acronym.
Okay,
It's so French. Yeah. All right.
were we gonna stretch our legs for 5 minutes? Not that I need to, Chair, but I want to steal Craig's charger because mine is failing to charge again.
So can I make a suggestion that when we're back from our stretch, we just go into public time?
Yeah, well, because these guys, they're learning a lot about budgets. You don't really need to learn.
You got the same setup?
Yeah, it's,
Yeah,
It'll
come in,
it's, I don't know, I've had,
Yeah, we'll take a 5-minute recess and we'll accomplish.
Light, yeah, there it is.
thank you.
Should go for stretch too.
I've, these, and I got another one, which I have to go and use instead, but. I've got
Recording
one of-
stopped.
One of the earlier versions of the Surface, right?
Yeah.
6.
And to Gary and Roger who are there, just so you know, in your email, the budget, there's a budget there for the library adjusted, so in your emails.
Where this is, it could be here now.
These, I've had several, they're very twitchy. And between the tablet, when it goes to tablet, when I have a docking station for this.
Yeah.
It just sometimes can't make up its mind what it's doing. So they've got this real weird connection software that's not.
Maybe that's part of it,
Could be.
but right now it's, but charging. So, because I've got a meeting with KS at 2, so if I charge this up, I'll be able to work through lunch.
Yeah, just drop your docking station in my office. So.
Well, or no, make sure you take it at the end of
Oh,
this.
okay.
I don't wanna start a collection of dead chargers. Add yours to it.
Well, this has been going on 4 years now. I don't know.
Yeah, yours is a different generation. Like this is flat. Yours is a gray pad. How long ago did you get your?
I got this in my first year here, so almost 5 years.
Yeah, I got mine is within a year when Stuart had the test model.
Oh, did he?
And yeah,
Oh.
and his has been replaced, I think.
The first ones were really big. The old surfaces, they were like a half inch.
Funkier, yeah, but I think this is one of the oldest ones in the organization. Excuse me, I don't want to throw it away. It's fine, except these silly cords. And I think they're like $75.
Oh yeah. Well, you know those stylus, the pen that comes with these, the touch pen.
Yeah.
They're like $150.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
next Sunday.
I have my old Hewlett Packard with the stylus
Oh, yeah.
and stuff like that. It is.
Yeah, I'll be
I've had it all the years. I had it before I moved here. It's probably 30 years old and still works.
Recording in progress.
From the board of directors, and it's meaning that we all agree with what they put in these letters. And one of the concerns was the them putting out the using our letterhead for letters sent out to Modi, for example. There's one here, I have it in files. All I asked for in one of the emails was a list of the members, of the board members, and their positions, what position they're holding, and the attendance record at these meetings. And you don't get them. There's just no getting the meetings. It says right in one of their replies in the email that it's right here, as a matter of fact, they're not responsible in revealing any information. It's due to privacy concerns. They don't want us to know who is at the meeting and who has made the decisions around whatever decisions they're making. Like I say, self-appointed. I'm just going by my notes here. It pretty much all self-appointed directors. Another concern that's going on is their finances is in a mess. They have no receipts for anything that they've spent money on. Their administration costs, no receipts. Their labor costs for whatever they do, no receipts. They just put in a lump sum. They just grab the money out of the account and it's a lump sum. Right now, we're in the board of directors. They're ordering up signs, no trespassing signs, for property that doesn't even concern us as a board of directors or as the residentials. these signs are gonna be posted on basically private property, the Wilsons. I don't know if anybody knows the Wilsons very well, but they are the people at the very end of the road that has managed to block off everybody's access. We have no access to that crown land anymore because the Wilsons, they're very melty. They got such foul mouths. Nobody wants to go in there anymore. Their dogs run loose. They're spending money on these signs that don't pertain to us. That's Modi's department. It's not even in our mandate, I guess you would call it, or our jurisdiction. So there's several people quite upset with the operation of this Goat River Dyken Association. There's no advance agenda when we do have a public meeting. There's no notice, very little notice, may I put it. And when you get to the meeting, as here, we have an agenda. There is none. There's no financial reports, nothing at our general meetings. Having said that, to make it short and sweet, there's other people that want to talk. I'm here with these concerns from others, asking for the regional district to dissolve that board of directors once and for all. In support of that, we have a petition that has been passed around and still being passed around to various residents. And anybody that wants to see those, they're available to anybody. I have several copies. I have the originals and I have several copies for whoever. I don't really know about passing them out to too many people due to privacy. I don't really know too much about that kind of stuff, but there's another concern I have from one of the other members, which has signed this petition. The board of directors is also sending out some very false information at these meetings. One being that they're accusing, or they're saying that if there's a breach in our dike and it's on your property, you're responsible, the property owner. And that's reflecting back to Bob and Brenna call at the end of 15th. They're very upset about the remarks that the board made at one of our meetings. And I believe that meeting was, if I'm not mistaken, June the 11th, 2024. Kelly and Roger, I think you were at that meeting according to what they've given me here. And that's not the way it is. If there's a breach in the dike, we don't hold one individual responsible from everything 15th west down to the highway. That's handing out bad information. It's not true. It doesn't happen that way. And these people are upset, and so are others, about the misleading of the members from the board of directors.
Well, I got some questions for you.
Yeah.
First one is, what exactly is the board for? Is it for dike maintenance? Is that why?
It's
for? What purposes does the board serve in the community?
Well,
what's it intended?
I moved in that neighborhood about 10 years ago, maybe a little bit more, and I haven't seen any purpose for that board of directors. They have done no maintenance. They don't want nobody around the dike because they complain about potential damage to the dike from the people walking through there. But yet it's okay for the board members to run their cattle in there. So I don't understand how, and myself, how a 1,500-pound steer is not going to impose any damage to the dike, but 150-pound individual will. Somebody walking their dog. There, and to answer your question, I don't think anybody knows what their purpose is. There's never been any accomplishment out of there. They spend $2,000 to $3,000 a year on their insurance, their signage for private property, their I don't know, coffees, pizzas, whatever. They will not give an itemized bill to the board. It's rounded off at a certain number, and then wherever the money goes from there, nobody really knows. They don't have any answers for us, and I don't really have any answers for you as to what their purpose is. So far, we haven't seen any purpose for them whatsoever. You know, like at one of the meetings, I asked if there was a problem with one of the dikes somewhere along the dike, who do I phone? Right away, they said, phone the regional district. Not them.
So, Gord, do I understand correctly? What you're asking for is RDCK's assistance in assisting the community
Yes.
to dissolve this board. Is
Yes.
that correct?
Yes.
Okay,
that
it's
is-
very important that we
Okay.
understand.
Okay, yes, that's, maybe I
Okay,
mumbled it a bit there, but yes, that's exactly what we're looking for.
and then secondly, if I may, you know when the next AGM meeting will be?
Apparently, there's supposed to be one sometime in the end of February, the later part of February. And I was told that yourself and Roger Tierney would be invited to that meeting.
So that's important to know because based on your request,
Yes.
and I can't speak for staff at this point or the rest of the directors, but that will have some influence over us attending the next AGM. Huge influence. So that's why I had to be very clear about what it is that you're asking.
No, that's exactly what we're asking for, is for that board of directors and that association to be dissolved, gone.
Director Tierney. So the Goat River, is it called the Goat River Residents Association?
That's how they're registered.
Is that how it's, I don't really know.
Yes,
how
it
it's-
is.
Goat River Residents Association
Okay.
under the registrar company.
Okay, and they are a society? Have you identified that, Gary?
It's unclear. They're registered as a diking authority. I can't find a search, and I looked before under the Societies Act. I couldn't find them. Province has lightened up how it's tracking societies, reporting, non-reporting. When I went into before, if you look under there's requirements for maintenance, stuff like that as a diking authority. There's an office in Nelson where we can talk to a live person and ask them, what are they required to do? What reports have they issued? They've been doing what they're supposed to be doing over the years. They're rated as a moderate risk structure. And so I would think they'd be reporting. But if they're under the Societies Act, there's an entirely different process for asking to deregister a society versus going to the inspector of dikes for the Kootenay region, which is a person, she's in Nelson, I understand, and talking to them first about how do we make sure they're in compliance with the Dike Maintenance Act, and if they're not in compliance, what are the remedies? And to me, that's an exercise outside of us.
Yeah, I was going to say something similar to that. If they are a society, I don't believe we have any influence over, I think that's a provincial entity. And there are certain requirements that a society has to meet in regards to having their financials audited annually and holding annual general meetings regularly. How they appoint they have to identify the size of their board, how many people, what terms each of them are filling, and have elections to each of those positions. But we may have some influence over the Dyking Authority, which I believe is the office that controls them or in Cranbrook. Not certain on that, but I believe so.
Ms. Mills.
I believe we have in previous meetings held the contribution to that Dyking Authority that the regional district collects in taxes and holds it. I believe that that contribution is being passed on to them any longer at this point. Might be the 2 years now since we reviewed that. And yes, if I don't believe they should be the gatekeepers to regional land if we're talking about the Chadwick pit. And I think the MOTT has who could erect signs, talk about trespass or whatever. Yeah, and I think all their meetings need to be open to the public. That's in my association with the Canyon, the Community Association. All their meetings are open to the public. Their monthly meetings, as well as, of course, the AGM is something where they decide it and have it open to the public where elections take place, and everyone, it's a very open process of who's sitting on the board. And of course, how they spend their financials is very much talked about at those AGMs and need to be audited. Yeah, those are my comments.
So the question is, the authority, how are they registered? And so what I have before me, Dykes listed by owner authority. And the water course is Scope River. The association is Scope River Residents Association. It shows the contact name, the address of the president, that sort of thing. The structure type is dike. The length is 4.5 kilometers. It has references to maps. Number of buildings protected 200. Local authority under EPA, as it says, the Central Kootenai Regional District. And regulated under DMA, which I'm not sure what DMA means.
Dike maintenance.
Is a yes. So this is the official owner authority, presumably from the DMA. So I don't see it as being a society per se. Could be, but I don't know.
You're different. I don't know. You go to a meeting, like at the last meeting, they were talking about some brush growing. It was growing through the dike. I said, and it has to be cut down and make some maintenance going on for the dike. And that was Roger Chadwick himself. And I said, okay, so if there's maintenance that needs to be done on the dike, who did the inspection? When was it done? And show us some pictures. Let's see what needs to be done. What are we spending our money on? They've got no pictures. He never did walk the dike. I know that for a fact. He probably hasn't walked that dike in 10 years, so nobody's really looking and caring for the dike. Whereas if we eliminated them, we get the regional district to come in once a year with a drone, fly the river. That'll tell us what needs to be repaired, and we can deal with it from there. But as far as the board of directors lying to the rest of the community, saying that it's been patrolled and it hasn't been patrolled, they don't have no proof, no minutes, no records of any patrols on that dike or anything. So to answer the chair's question a couple of minutes ago, the purpose of that board of directors is beyond me. I don't know what they're good for.
So there are others that want to speak.
Well, again, registered under the Dike Maintenance Act, And if you start reading the act, there's provisions, annual meetings, if they're constituted prior to April 1st, 1919. Now, this one I don't know. There's different dates and different requirements. Basically, similar to the Societies Act, they have to have give notice in accordance with blah blah general meeting for ratepayers district. You guys are ratepayers if you're in this defined area taxation, right? So I don't know what the map is, and I know Mr. Dool might be online still, but that would be good information for everyone to have. I don't know if you have a clear idea who all's paying into this little bit of taxation for this regional district service.
Do I have what?
Do you have a map of all the properties included? So to me, the ratepayers are people who are being taxed via the regional district for this service and or any other map. So I mean, it would be good for you to have that map, so you know who's involved. And then they're obliged to give notice to all those ratepayers, all those property owners. They're easy to find registered owners. And you must hold not earlier than January 15th, not later than January 31st. Again, depending when they're incorporated, some of these things are different. At the meeting, must submit report on the condition of the works under their charge, statement of the financial condition of the district. At the meeting, commissioners may discuss matters relating to the condition on and on. So there's provisions, just like under the Societies Act, what happens under the Dike Maintenance Act. So I think you need to read this. That's one section. There's another section there, how to disband. Not that you want to go there. I know that's what you're asking about. You can dissolve development districts, right? And there's a process through the lieutenant governor to do that. But I think you need to read the early parts of this act. That's who they show up as, like Director Vandenberg was reading. It says who they are and who their people in charge are, Roger Chadwick or whoever. Go to the office in Nelson. I think it's Nelson, not Cranbrook, probably in the same office as the mines office in Nelson, next to the regional district rec complex. Go to the person and tell them who you are. If you can get a map as to what the diking district is, who the ratepayers are. And I think you need to sit down and say, this is what has or has not happened. If you haven't had an annual meeting as per their requirements, if you haven't seen a maintenance report, put it to the deputy inspector of dikes. They have authority. We don't. We have the ability to withhold money, but we don't have the authority to dissolve something. But it says in the act, you guys have to do that. However, I guess, the directors can always add, but I really think you need to read the entire act, read every relevant section, and go into an office and have a face-to-face conversation. What should we be seeing as residents or ratepayers? And if you're not seeing that, what action will that deputy inspector take? Whether they read a letter, fire a shot across the bow with somebody and say, you will comply or not comply by a certain date. That would be your expectation. If it was a society, you can call like an emergency meeting with notice and boot the executive of the society. That's happened in Area A twice. And I won't tell you which societies they were, but over the 16 years of joy of being in the position I'm in, that happens. People punt society directors, but I don't think that's what you have. I think what you have has to start with the inspector of dikes or the deputy inspector of dikes. Read the act, go find that office, talk to those people. You'd probably be way further ahead than anything we can help you with.
Do you have a website there, Ron, or how do you look at it?
I did a couple simple searches and came up with it. I went for, I forget the first search I did. Diking Authority, BC Diking Authorities, Kootenai, and there you go. There's the page, tells you who's who. And then I searched something like Kootenai Deputy Inspector Dikes. Very simple searches, word searches will get you to these pages. Dike Maintenance Act, that'll get you to this. They're lengthy, but you only have to read 10% of it to get the part reading.
Yeah. Okay. That's my concern. Did you want me to leave you some of this,
You guys want those?
Yeah, I'll take what you have. And
I guess it is a bit of a split there between A and or C and B.
That's where we want to map from Tommy.
C, I think the other side of the river, the small chunk that's in B. But yes, two of us will take what you have and.
yeah, in this petition, I just hang on to it, or should I leave it with you?
You could, I guess, yeah. I'm interested in the wording of the petition. Sorry? I'm kind of interested in the wording of the petition, so yeah.
This is, I'll give you a copy.
Is there anyone else that wants to speak here? Is there anybody else that wants to speak during public time? Go ahead.
That's the letter that was sent by one of the residents to Moby. I'll give you these. These would be originals.
I'll keep the original.
Yeah, did you want just a little? Okay. I'll give you that.
While he's doing that, go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Art Lashbrook. I'm sure some of you know who I am. I've generated several letters last 4 months, 5 months. I'm here this morning basically just to get an answer to a letter I received from Stuart Horn. He's the CAO of RDCK. And the letter is in regards to an event that started July the 4th, this past 2024. That event involved myself and my family members walking together on the public road that extends beyond the paved portion of Goat River South. And during that time, my family and I, we had two of our dogs. My wife had 2 of our dogs on leash, and we were confronted by Billy Wilson, who came onto the public road with her video camera rolling and began to video us, and at the same time question the reasons for us being on that road in front of the trailer that they were currently occupying. I think they still occupy. And the long and the short of the confrontation, she had a dog that was off leash. The dog came over. It's on videotape. It's a matter before the courts as we speak today. The dog came over and was aggressive towards my dogs. And I unwittingly had a pocket pen taser with me, and I activated it, and it deterred her dog. The dog went away. Billy Wilson said, "Did you taser my dog?" And I held the taser up and I said, "Yeah, with this, yes." And I said, "If the dog attacks me, I will use it." Okay, so long story short, we go swimming, me and my 5 family members, and we return to the car. I'm confronted with the RCMP. I had a discussion about the taser, handed it over to them. The officer said at the time, "This case is a wash." He said, "I'd like it to end right here." I said, "Fine, that sounds good to me." I explained to him the matter of the confrontation that was had. No one was injured. The dog wasn't touched. She wasn't touched. There was lots of F-bombs all over the place by her. Lots of requests made to restrain her dog and so on. So at the end of all of that matter, I take full responsibility for my portion of unwittingly, unknowingly purchasing online this pen-sized taser device. It's an illegal weapon, and I found out more about that in the last 4 months.
Cut through this.
Yeah.
I think we've already party to the correspondence, if I'm not mistaken. We've seen the response.
Okay. So I went to the RDCK office at the library, and I asked for assistance to go down and speak to the owner of the dog. And they did, and the officer, Keith or Kevin Bacon, I'm not sure, Bacon is his last name. He went on his own dispatch and spoke to the owner. And the results of that dispatch were that there was the case closed, nothing to see here. Okay, fine. However, the video speaks differently, and also the RCMP officers' comments speak differently. And that's a matter of concern. So I went back, first of all, to Bacon's supervisor, Jordan Dupuy. And Jordan supported Bacon's visitation to the scene. The results of the report were that there was nothing to see here. And there was basically it was an end of discussion, no further action. I was surprised at that. And he even had a video recording of this. And he also had a video recording of the RCMP officer. And this happened in what I learned later to be Area B of the RDCK zone. And there's meaning to that. I'll get to that in a second. So since I got no results from speaking to Bacon, to Dupuy supported Bacon, the visit was appropriate. He did it, even went on to say in his correspondence, he did it as courtesy call. So whatever, which way you do it, you do it. So that's all good. So then I'm not satisfied that it still, comes up negative as there being no further action. I went ahead and I contacted, fellow's name is Stuart Horn. And Stuart echoed the same rationale to support both Dupuy and Bacon. But he went on to say something further, and this is my question. In his letter, January 14th, Stuart writes to me and says, in reading your letter and in reviewing the request to reassess PEO Bacon's determination that the RDCK is unable to do anything in regards to this matter, it appears that the correct determination was made in this case. And then he goes on to say, the RDCK does not have a bylaw that enforces the control or care of animals, including dogs. My question here today is there or isn't there?
So again, we've been party to this correspondence ourselves.
Okay.
And you raised the concern that there is a dog control bylaw, but you specified areas near the cusp where there is an actual dog bylaw. We don't have that same bylaw here because we have not established it.
And then my question then to that, because and then he states, goes on to say, and I know that you're privy to this already, Arnie. There's no regulations that allow RDCK to take any action in this manner. Here for 5 months, I've been led to believe that I go to the RDCK office, I ask for assistance, I ask that an officer be sent, they get sent, they inspect, they make a determination, they give me the results only through the freedom of information, what that determination was. And then the leader, the overall oversight of these two individuals says that we have no authority there. Can anybody explain that?
It's basically because we don't have any authority.
Yeah, but why did they get sent there? Why did they go there with the full authority that they can act? Why didn't I get told on day one? It's like, go to River South, come back and tell me we have no authority there. Sorry, we can't help you. Fine. But no, they go in, they write the report, they give it to me only through access to information. And then I get this at the end. I feel very frustrated.
If I can offer through the chair some comments.
Yeah.
Regional district has a number of dog control bylaws.
Yeah.
And myself individually and other previous directors in the positions for areas B and C and the town have asked that we have something put in place for our collective areas for years.
Yeah.
The initial responses were, well, we can do dog patrols, this, that. I have stated year after year, that is not what is wanted. It is not useful. It's not effective. Those of us who live in rural areas, have crooked little roads, driveways, realize it's hopeless to go driving around looking for dogs. But I want, what the RCMP wants, and what I think the public wants, is for us to have a dangerous dog control bylaw that assists the RCMP in acting where they have gaps or shortfalls. RCMP can go out right now and euthanize an animal under their powers. They can't apprehend, house, feed, protect an animal until due process is served. Where at the end of that, either the dog is relocated, returned, destroyed, whatever. We do not have that authority. It's a standing request. It's in the end of our agenda today. There it is. It's that item. It's been there for what?
I believe it.
So now I don't have all the details of when and where staff dispatch, but I would certainly want our staff to be apprised of these kind of events, because that's what I need them to understand when we get that bylaw and when we see the costs and when we finally get to vote on it and tax you guys so that we do have that authority to work with the RCMP, whether it's going to be our staff or whether it's going to be contract. And there's different ways to go. So I wouldn't fault our bylaw officer for going to site, because they need to understand the nature of the issues. And they have been going to sites for years, as have the RCMP. I would have think it preferable if they could have told you they're going to site for just some general background information. And day one, may or may not have said to you, you don't have the authority to do anything with or to that animal. But we definitely need to get a handle on this.
Not necessarily with the animal, but just authority. Like, I worked in an industry my entire career, understanding and having to comply with what authorities were and what they meant. And I can't ever imagine myself going into a situation where I know what the authority is, and then knowingly step inside that situation where there's no ability to exercise that authority, like no accredited enforcement ability to back it up. I would never have gone.
I can't speak to that, but I do want our staff to be fully apprised of the nature of the problem, and so we can finally get that bylaw in place and go with the RCMP and take
But if
action.
I might just point out, and I know it's like I made the mistake of having a device that is legal, and I'm not alone. I know that there's many people out there. I mean, they're advertised on Amazon for decades. They're not now, but they were. But the expense to me and my family is running into thousands of dollars of legal bills. And I'm not here to plead that case, but I'm just saying that if I just had known that an individual who I relied upon to be dispatched into a situation that by all references, video, visible, credible witness testimonies, that we were in receipt of an aggressive dog by the owners on that property. And then only to find out that the support that we expected was not, could not, and did not provide the support we needed. And I find that's really sad. That's all I have to say.
Okay, so we've taken up more time. If there's any other questions, I want them down to about a minute. Otherwise, we've got to complete our meeting. We have a lot to do yet. So, anyone else? Hearing none, we will proceed with our meeting. And thanks for coming. Thanks for being patient.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a couple more items here yet. We have the jaws of life, which is 152, and we also have Service 201 to discuss. So we will continue with jaws of life first of all. Try to find the figure here.
So
I expect you to be the one.
sure. So and Tom is still online. Mr. Duell did good work. He's proposed a draft alternative for parts of Area A on how to fund, and we're not going to call it Jaws of Life, a first responder service outside of fire protection areas, and to maybe help clarify or provide more consistent service levels to all of us who are paying into this particular service. parallel to that, I kind of hope you would see the service contracts for Window Lakeview, Canyon Lister, Arrow Rural, all these service contracts updated, where we again clarified exactly what service is or isn't being provided. Understand there's ambulance lift assist provided through Creston, which is great. They have the manpower, the right equipment, they can get there quickly, but they don't try and do first responder because as often as they may try to be first on site, the ambulance might beat them there. So each of our contracts where we have fire response and other variety of services provided through Creston, managing both our volunteers and our equipment, the whole system as a whole working well, is inconsistent. And when you look at it compared to this historic bylaw, it just makes no sense. If there's a requirement to use tools, extrication tools, in certain areas, the town of Creston can charge money and be reimbursed for it. In other areas, they cannot. Riendell can be in the same position, but all the other services they provide are not consistent area to area to area. So I was hopeful I'd see the model bylaw, which Thomas drafted for us, and we'd have had this conversation in conjunction with looking at all the details on the new fire service contracts and really sort through this and say what makes sense. Do we need to discontinue this service entirely, install something else? Do we need to morph this service to be better defined as to what it does? The service contracts with Creston are pushed off another year, so we don't have any drafts, we don't have any new words. I don't have the expectation what's going to happen in Windle if there's an event. My expectation is it would be ambulance lift assisted at the most, above and beyond structural fire protection and training and all the other stuff. So I'm at a loss. I'm almost, and it's very frustrating, ready to say, well, if you guys are willing to leave it as is for another year, I'm not in a position to suggest any changes. I want to see the fire contracts updated and changed. And I want Tom to give me clear direction. There's going to be a deadline. If I have to do a referendum to change a service area, it's got to be done pretty soon. But I just don't have the background information to find out what I need to do. If you guys vote zero taxation, for example, you could do that. Creston will get a little less money. Kind of know what's going to happen there. You're going to or renegotiate through this year your service contract amounts. And the town of Creston will survive because you're a big entity. You got lots going on. But if you zero tax this service, for example, Yak and Riendell will suffer heavily because it's much more important to their budget, this contribution. So to me, it's not equitable. It's not being done right. It's not consistent, but I still have no solution. To set up a couple new, smaller designated defined service areas to support Yak and Riendell may be the eventual direction we go. But I don't have enough to make a recommendation today. Or is it going to be another year? I don't know. I don't know if Tom, when would we need, if we needed to change a service area or bring in a different service through the chair to Mr. Dool, what's the latest date to do that if we're able to say tax in 2026 for a revised or new service? Does that have to be done by this summer? You're muted, Tom.
Sorry, I have double mute. I have my headset and my button, which is just a disaster. Respectfully through the chair, the latest that it would have to be completed by would be September, so that we could submit that information to BC Assessment. So we could that would have to go by October, which would mean taxation in 2026.
So either an alternative approval process or a referendum would have to be completed by September for you to make that submission.
Yes, well, that would be the public approval portion of it. We would have to receive provincial approvals, approval of public, and then approval of the board as well.
Dr. Chair. Thank you, Chair. One thing I've noticed is that if there is a fire, structural fire in any of the separate areas, all stations respond. They're all hands on deck. And so I've been wondering why it's not just one service.
It's
One service.
mandatory.
Bingle, Lester, yeah, I suppose, although I think somewhat different, or why it's not combined into one service, including the Jaws of Life, I guess. Is that just how it's evolved? Or is it something that couldn't be structured that way?
Why is, respectfully through the chair, just to clarify the question, sort of why is S-152 structured that way, like the Jaws of Life medical first responder, or is this a question more about the sub-regional model across the whole of the Creston Valley, ABC, and the town of Creston?
Yeah, fire services.
Respectfully through the chair, I mean, this is really a question for the for the manager of regional fire services, regional chief Feist, if he's on the call. Is Chief Feist here?
He was.
Chair, I can speak to this. If I think Tristan is off the call. I think he had a commitment at 11 o'clock Pacific. So the reason that it's not one service is really about how not only also the way that Windle and Canyon Lister joined the service. You know, they both have fire halls. You know, they're treated as satellite halls for the Creston Hall. They maintain their apparatus at those halls, and they had their own service budgets prior to joining the Creston service. So the Arrow Creek and the Erickson services, they are contract services that are based out of the Creston Fire Hall. So they actually participate in the debt payments for the Creston service, and they actually operate much like a single service. So Arrow Creek, Erickson, they get charged on a rate per thousand basis that's equal to what the town of Creston pays, because it's essentially seen as one service area. The satellite halls for Canyon Lister and Windle are treated differently. They're treated more like an operating budget that Creston operates on our behalf, and then that goes into the contract amount that goes to the town of Creston to pay for that. So how they operate it is completely up to them, whether they operate it as a regional service or whether they're treating those like satellite halls. But that's how we have organized the taxation for the services and how we see the services operating within our budget.
Yes, I understand that. I suppose I'm just questioning. I realize there's a history there. They operated independently, etc., but now they all kind of operate as one, including sharing the training program. So, just wondering if they might evolve into one service delivery instead of three. Yeah, just a question. If there's any thought of combining them into one service, where that would have to originate from.
I know the level of response is different, because if they respond to yak, they have to respond if there is threats to life. So the yak fire department responds.
Yeah,
but
the yak does seem to be an outlier for sure.
Yeah.
But I just noticed the Windle, Creston, Lister, and Erickson, and they all receive the same. They all respond to a structural fire wherever happens in all those areas. Arrow Creek, Canyon Lister is responding up there. Creston, town of Creston is responding up there. So they seem to be all sharing the responsibility, but they have separate services.
They have a service agreement that's in place.
Yeah, they have a service agreement, and so then again,
Yeah.
I guess, perhaps an impetus to making a one-on-one service rather than, the agreements and such.
Right.
Thank you, through the chair. So I'm just kind of wondering why S-152 has to be a separate service. Why can't it just be blended into the core suite of services that is held by Creston and then distributed via service agreement to the outlying areas? Why does the jaws of life, which we're not going to debate the name, why does that need to be separated from? So that's a first responder vehicle extrication
Medical lift
service,
assist.
medical lift. But that's just a part of the suite of services that are typically provided, could be provided by first responders, fire department personnel. Why does it have to be a separate service all on its own? Why can it not be blended in and then renegotiated in our service agreements or identified in our service agreements?
If I could take the stab at it, Service 152 is wall to wall. Every resident, everywhere pays into that. And not only for our residents, but also for the traveling public that go off the road at Twin Bays, like the fellow on the motorbike last year. The fire services we're talking about are all defined area, and they are not wall to wall. It is the gaps which need to be addressed. That if you don't have a service coverage area, then how can you justify, say, people in Riedel up to Kootenay Bay paying the cost of rolling that equipment, the on-call paid volunteer time, all the other associated costs to drive to Great Creek or Twin Bays or wherever to help somebody? Because that's an unfair imposition of taxation on a defined area, which has full structural fire coverage, to also use those same trained people, vehicles to go outside their defined area to the gap. And the same happens outside of Yak. The same happens broadly all across. If we had wall-to-wall fire coverage, say as they have in portions of West Kootenay boundary, it'd be easy, but we don't have that. So Tom has constructed a bylaw for the purposes of solving an Area A dilemma to fill a gap. The difficulty there is if I tell people, my neighbors, immediate neighbors, Boswell all through there, you have to now pay differently for a service you've already received under S-152. That's just an open invitation for people to say we're not paying it. Because you saw what happened when people in West Creston were told, here's how you can maintain fire services in your area. And it's easy for people to say, not paying, take it for granted. So we don't have a wall-to-wall service other than this one that can fill the gaps that go beyond the boundaries of where the fire service coverage areas are limited. If we took S-152 and could somehow dramatically change it so that we don't charge the same rate per thousand, 0.025 everywhere, I'd be happy with that. That would maybe be a nightmare for Tom to try and figure out how to do that. If we could create a map that shows inside and outside of fire coverage areas and have this catch-all service where we have different contributions. You see Nelson Library, Castlegar Library, different services, sometimes they have different contributions from different areas based on fairness and need and appreciation of that service. But that's the rub here. We don't have a wall-to-wall model to cover those gaps. And I don't want any traveling visitor to be hanging off the side of the cliff on their vehicle and Creston say we're not able to respond, and Riendell say we're not able to respond, and the ambulance can't touch them until one of those two comes with all their equipment and secures that vehicle, ties it off, puts in the struts, gets down there, cuts the door open, and makes it possible to bring that person out. It's a real need. And the gaps are in some of the worst pieces of our highway, either high-speed collision areas in Rogers area or in the very twisty Lake Road, my area.
So then what you're saying by the nature of how things are set up and the way in which we deploy fire services, that is building protection and rescue, let's just call it that. Rescue 152 offers rescue the ability to cover all areas. Our fire services agreements are more defined to certain areas. So you have a round peg and a square peg, you can't put them in the same hole. So then 152 has to stay in order to be able to provide rescue in a larger area. So changing it changes a lot of the premise of the ability for our fire services to do structural, because some areas don't get taxed for structural, but with 152, all areas get taxed for rescue.
At different levels of service, or first responder, road rescue, or
What
whatever.
do you mean by 152 is the same level of rescue, first responder, or lift assist? It's not.
It's not.
That is the issue then?
We've sat here and Chief Rail has told us that they will not send first responders to Wendell or Lakeview because the ambulance will be from there. But they don't, because the ambulance is so close.
Well, somebody shows up.
The ambulance. But if ambulance needs lift assist, then absolutely Creston's there with the right people to make it happen. However, as you move further out into our areas, you need those first responders to be on scene first. One, if just to control traffic, so you don't have a pileup because it's twisty. And two, then to deliver the medical services that they're able to deliver, stabilize somebody, stabilize the vehicle. We need those. But you don't get those services everywhere because each fire service contract is a little bit different. And how we're going to pay in the future for each fire service contract may be based more on a certain base level for training and tracking all of the members, which is great. That's the best service Creston's provided for us for the past decade. And then incrementally, you're going to start paying for on-call calls. And I think they're tracking closer and closer. Who's going where, how many vehicles respond, how many personnel, and our contract prices will fluctuate based on demand. That's great. But parts of Area A are going to get more people and more equipment for road rescue calls than other parts of Area A or C or whatever. It's not balanced. If it's good enough, maybe I just have to leave it alone. Area A, the middle where I live, is getting a bargain, is all I can say. We have relatively excellent service for something that we pay so little for. It's almost embarrassing. Whereas other neighbors, constituents of mine and yours, are paying for something they actually don't get because we all pay the same amount. We can leave it alone for another year, pick this conversation up as the Creston service contracts renew. Right now, we're sort of pushing shy of $40,000 to Riendell, $50,000 to town, $25,000 to Yak. I think that's the main breakdown. Riendell and Yak need that money. Otherwise, their fire service taxation, their defined area costs will go way up. Yet they're going to be an expectation or desire to help people beyond that boundary.
So how does Kitchener fit into this though? Kitchener has no fire protection.
They have no fire protection. They were offered to consider getting a first responder. Tom provided them with an opportunity to sign a petition to join the first response service. It's still they still haven't replied to it. As far as I'm concerned, they probably won't. So that.
So when you say you're talking about 152?
You mean a contract service, a fire service contract.
So for structural.
Yeah, because they're already.
That's not first responder.
It's I was just commenting on the fact that Tom provided them an opportunity to have a response. But yeah, when I heard that the fire chief in Canyon Lister responded to that motorcycle accident out Cooley Lake.
Glenn was just there.
Glenn was just there?
Yeah,
Okay.
I saw him. He who wouldn't stop your train? And the guy was, well,
You're right.
was-
When he told me he was dealing with him for a couple of hours trying to keep him alive or whatever. I thought, what the heck? I mean, here's our services are going all over the place. They're
no,
sharing.
he was,
So he was a good Samaritan.
he was good Samaritan
Okay.
Coincidence.
and fully trained, so it was good he was there. That outcome anyway, that one.
So I guess, Gary, even if we, when we get into the period of renegotiation for the service agreements, how is this conversation going to change? How is this conversation going to influence that? What are those things that, as we get closer to those renegotiations for that service, that staff is going to consider 152? 152's problem is it's wall to wall to wall. And their service agreements are not necessarily that. And so that's the round peg and the square peg trying to go on the same. So is the conversation going to be around squaring them all up? Is that where we're going with this conversation?
Yeah, Tom's doing the work. He had his hand up there.
Yeah, so what's in, Tom? Go ahead.
Respectfully through the chair, sort of structurally, the real problem with S-152, really from a service provision standpoint, is it tried to be all things to all people initially. It's auto extrication, it's medical first responder, it's search and rescue. All of that is piled in there. And it came in over time for a variety of reasons historically. But I think it's time to really look at what those services are. We now have those services much more defined. So I think what's agreed upon is no matter where you are in Creston A, B, or C, if you are trapped in a vehicle, somebody is going to come cut you out of that vehicle. And the people coming to cut you out of that vehicle will either be town of Creston first responders or regional district first responders. How are we going to ensure that that happens? There are a couple paths to that need to be examined. And there are options for those service provisions. We need to look at those paths, look at the costs on them, decide what those costs are acceptable. That work will be coming in the upcoming year. The other piece of this is medical first responder. Okay. And where medical first responder services are actually provided from is really the driving issue here. We have medical first responder services provided, I believe, from Creston, Yak, and Ryandell. Our other departments don't actually provide those services. So we really need to take into account, if everybody's paying for medical first responders, but we can only provide medical first responder services from those locations at this time, do we need to create a separate medical first responder service? Do we need to better incorporate this into our fire protection areas? Can it remain alongside auto extrication? These are the questions we're asking right now and we're actively examining. I wish I had more answers for you at this time.
So if I might, so then the overall service of 152 perhaps need to be decided as being more robust, but at the same time, ensure that there's that appropriate level of equitability. Who's paying into it, or whatever. Maybe for the more robustness, however that ends up being. And maybe our service levels need to be the ones that have to be redefined. Those are the ones that are more boundary in nature. So that changes the conversation. The 152 provides a level of service, wall to wall to wall, that involves a number of services, first responder, accident, so on and so forth. And that should continue to be robust. And the budget to me right now is pretty minimal for that level of service, for those potential the level of services for the entire region. And to Gary's point about, but it's not equitable. It's not being appropriately taxed for that, for however that's done. So is that where we're going? Is 152 becomes more robust, more equitable? The service levels become more tailored to what it is structurally that they're going to be providing? Is that where this conversation is going to go?
Yeah, Utah.
Okay, respectfully through the chair, I think that's exactly, we have to look at the equity in the service levels that we're receiving. Again, because of like, for example, I'll use Ryandale as an example. Ryandale has a fire protection area that there's taxation for, right? And then, but it's also providing medical first responder services well outside of that area. Now it's being funded in part by S-152 to provide those services, as well as the auto extrication services that are being provided, but they can only have so much reach. So that leaves a defined portion of Area A that leaves sort of an undefined portion of Area A, that area outside of, where medical first responders can reach, outside of where auto extrication can come from Ryandale, that is still paying into these services, but will not see medical first responder. They'll see ambulance. So, we do have good data about where these response area boundaries could reside. That's what the proposal for sort of that north East Shore Area E medical first responder service. That's where we sort of define those boundaries from in that proposal. It does leave the southern portion of the East Shore. It does beg the question, how are we going to get medical first responders to those areas? Similar questions could be asked for Yak, right? So, yeah, auto extrication, it happens right across the board, and it happens with all of our stuff. Medical first responders, where I think there's more inequity that actually needs to be resolved. So, but these services, you're absolutely correct, need to be robust.
So therefore, this time next year, we would have already had 2 briefings on how this model is changing, because you would have been well into the service level contract negotiation. And then therefore the framework would have been available for us to review. And then we will see how 152 and the service frameworks will look, so that this time next year, we won't be having this conversation, correct?
Respectfully through the chair, the board directs the work. If it becomes a board priority and the work is directed, staff will proceed with it. Right now, the board direction that staff.
I thought it was something you're already.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, Tom. I thought it was something that's already on your work plan to be working on.
Respectfully through the chair, the resolutions that we had to date were pretty specific around that Ryandale medical first responder piece. And I have done an examination and analysis of 152 and presented some options there. Now we need to proceed with that. So, we will come back to the board and request some further direction on the matter.
If I might, you need to define something for Area B for gaps, which Tom hasn't had the opportunity to do yet. I would like to see us take auto extrication out entirely from our regional district service, so that then the fire services could apply for a task number, because you can't apply for a task number if it's already within your regional district service. So town of Creston can apply for a task number and we can't. So there's a lot of subtleties here that where we can get better value maybe out of the province, focus more maybe on the medical first responder, and work from there. And in terms of the inequity, and it's hard to say what the value is, but Area A's last year paid in 26% of the total money, and we took out about 44% of the money for Ryandale. And it's still, Ryandale is still under stress for meeting its budgetary requirements. So that's an inequity. You could be shocked and alarmed that I'm volunteering those numbers, how Area A is taking more than it's paying in. Area B, I could do the same analysis. Town, different situation, because they take the 50,000, but they also get paid for vehicle extrication. They get paid 2 different ways. I haven't seen enough of the budget from Jared or from Stefan, I guess, to fully understand that. I've asked for that budget, so I can fully understand that. But if I like to sit in front of the public and tell them we're paying attention and we're trying to be equitable, I can't tell them we're being equitable in this service. I can say Area A is getting a pretty good deal, and I'm going to say I justify that because it's a pretty dangerous road, especially in the winter, but or high traffic peak volumes. But Tom needs further direction to pull all these other pieces together. That's why I keep putting it back on an agenda that we all need to ask. If you don't ask for these pieces to be done, Tom will just patiently sit and wait. I heard he has a couple other things to do day by day.
All right. Well, then I think the summary of this discussion is we just leave this as is. There's no solutions or any other direction that we can give. And then hopefully, throughout the process, throughout the year of 2025, when we reach this point in time, we'll have sat down and provided all the directions necessary to help Tom and us figure out how these services should be run and managed.
So Tristan will just use numbers he has on the page as is, let it fly, I guess.
Yeah. If it likes, you said it for the service agreements, we have 1 year left. Time to examine that
This year.
as we examine the service agreements.
Yeah, right. And so my expectation is because there's a year left, you don't wait till the end of the year and then start to work.
No, we
Now
can't.
is the time to start to work.
Yep. So Tom, is that somewhat clear? Okay,
Yeah, transit.
we can move on to our next item, which is
Tom,
Tom,
parks. Service 201.
oh, 201 is added.
Email, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Email, right?
Yeah, Joe sent it to everybody
when?
this morning.
Yeah, so I saw it a couple, I haven't read it, that one yet, S201.
Sorry, I just noticed that S201 wasn't on the list.
Okay.
This isn't an attachment, it's embedded, I can barely read it.
Correct.
We put it on the screen.
Through the chair, it is embedded in the email. I did it that way because that's the easiest way because I can't produce nice reports.
How to make it bigger.
So this says 193. Is that correct?
Right,
Mine's
you have one that is your update to S193 this
Based
morning,
on-
but then you should have one after that, which is S2.
I don't.
At 10:53.
Yeah, I've got it.
Oh,
Ooh, you're missed, you're not on the list. Sorry, Kelly.
not paying
Not on the
attention
list.
to which Kelly I was sending it to. So there'll be a very confused president of Nelson Minor Hockey why they have that.
Keep him on his toes.
It should be
Open
on
image
this way,
view
Kelly.
tab.
All right. Oh, ding, ding. Oh boy, how do you read this?
I hit open image in new tab and I think it's gonna be bigger for me to read now. There it is, I can make this bigger now. Hit open image in new tab.
That's
And
correct.
then
Yeah, if you double click on the actual budget,
Yeah.
it'll open up into a new window.
It's huge now.
Okay, got it.
I'm so good.
So through the chair, the budget right now reflects work that Mark identified at our previous meeting in terms of moving through some land acquisition processes. So that is what it represents at the moment. So that's in particular the change online on the contracted services line. So where it goes from 10,000 to that 103,600. So what we can do is we can spread that work out. I don't think in this service, I think we should keep our contributions to reserve because we have other pieces on the go where there's been discussion about other parks. So I think we should keep that steady. but you may give us direction to spread something up.
Can I ask, Chair, through to Joe, the years aren't on top of this. Is the first column 2024 actual?
I'm sorry, you're right. I didn't do a very good job of cutting and pasting.
So 2024 actual.
2024 budget, 2025, and then to 2029.
Okay.
So
Mr.
187 is 2025.
Through the chair, I thought we were on Creston Valley Transit.
No.
We're not. Where are we?
Service 201, we're on Creston, Regional Parks, Creston areas.
That's in our agenda?
No, that's why Joe emailed it to us. It
Ah.
should be in the agenda.
It's not
The email you
Canada's
received
extra.
is what we're looking at right now.
Okay.
And the third column is the 2025. Is that correct, Joe?
That is correct.
Okay.
And so this is the work for everything we're asking for park spaces around here, including. So this is what you need to have for staff to work through the request that Rogers has put forward and the ferry landing.
Correct.
And anything else?
That's primarily what that is what we've got in there. Yes.
And we had the same budget last year, 60 grand. We're bumping it up. I can't even see that. It's the same across the board, 60 grand all the way.
Yeah, so through the chair, so Director Vandenberg, the big change is that contracted services piece. So it is the line right underneath. You see a negative 29,000 in red.
Yes.
That number right there is the big change. And it's for what? It's 1 year right now.
103 funds.
This is all Creston. This is requisition. Oh, I see. I'm starting to read this now. And so what does the minus 29,000 mean?
Sorry, that is the carryover of surplus from 2024.
So the ask is,
It's a significant change. It is $70,000 about.
so to do the work, the budget from last year is 70 grand more carrying forward to go into 2025.
Correct.
So you're asking permission to spend that money.
Yes. And
There would be.
You already give
like Trisha, I don't know, but Trisha could provide you details on that scope of work again.
So if I give you half that, what can you do?
We could spread it across 2 years.
Put it across 2 years.
Through the
Would it
chair.
all be spent 1 year?
So, I'm sorry, Kelly.
The 70 grand, would it all be spent in this next year, or does it make sense to spread it across 2 years?
Personally, I think the odds of it all getting done this year, it is a significant amount of work. It's stuff where, for example, in dealing with ALR, that could get delayed, and then you wouldn't spend it all the way across. The other way that we could do it is reduce it. If we get to the point where that isn't working so well, we could do a budget amendment midway through the year, draw some money from reserves to fund it, and then replenish it in 2026. But I can understand definitely about that large increase. Trish could give you some details on that piece if you would like to review that again?
Roger? I'm thinking of splitting it over 2 years, 40 and 30. Is what I'm it's what jumping into my mind. Roger?
Did we want to hear the details that Trish would offer?
Oh, I already know what they are. We already talked about this so much.
Yeah.
And please, I'm not saying we shouldn't.
Understood.
I think I see both projects move forward.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so I think it's important that they move forward in this term.
For sure.
But what Joe is saying is, even if we split it 40-30, if we run short, we can always do a budget amendment, pull from reserve, continue the work, and then address it again in 2020 for the 2026 budget.
I think our main concern here is to stay on the pace we're at. And if there's a creative way to finance that and still stay on the pace, I think that's our desire.
And it moves forward, those reserves are gonna be needed for additional moving forward.
So you're saying keep the 70 in this year and take the calculate the increase, tax increase.
Yeah, and the other part of it, the reality is here, we're in a 4-year term, all of us in our election. Some of us may not be back there for 4 years. We would like to keep on the pace to accomplish the things that we really find desirable in this term. In order to do that, we don't want to slow it down. We want to make sure that it is financed and continue with the kind of the things that we do want to get accomplished. Therefore, I tend to agree with Rogers that we keep it in there. Or as Joe said, that we do a review halfway through the year, which may keep us at that still at that level ultimately in a year. So, well, we will continue to review this financially halfway through the year or whenever it's opportune. I'm okay with that too. And then looking at financing when we review it, but my real desire is to just keep the momentum going and keep the direction going that we're at.
Yeah, that's
Okay, well, I'll vote it so we can do rock, paper, scissors, and I will win it back. No, I understand you guys' points of view on it for sure.
Yeah, there's some issues that are really important to the community. Need to be worked on as efficiently and as quickly as possible.
Well, I would agree then, let's keep it in, and I'll just be, when we sit down to the final numbers, I may bring this conversation down.
Understood.
Okay. All right, I think, is there one more yet we have to do?
Well, Tom has transit.
We have transit.
He's still there.
That's what I thought we were.
So let's go to Creston Valley Transit at 7.2. Good thing we agreed to stay late, because we are staying late.
Well, someone wanted to sit with me at 1 o'clock and I said, let's make it 2. So good choice on my part.
Yeah, I have a meeting at 2 that I really should get to, so I'm going to get that by this.
Lots of time.
So Tom's still online. I'm just going to cut right to it. So our increase is 10% for the budget. And I got to go back to okay, this whole transit thing kind of is pretty costly. And I don't know if we're really getting the value from the community by putting so much effort into transit. I'm concerned about the amount of users that actually use it and the amount that we're subsidizing for people not to ride the bus. I'm almost inclined to ask the question, What does our level of service look like with a 0% increase this year? How does it change? Because we're talking about 10% this year, 9.5, 9, 8.5, 8. I'm not convinced that I think we're overdoing the level of service for this transit. I've been watching the amount of time that the bus rolls around town and how many people are actually on it, sort of thing. And I know that there is a service that takes people to Cranbrook and then I don't know how that part works anymore, Tom. I apologize. But how can do we need this level of service in terms of transit? I guess that's my question. And I'm putting it on the table to my.
Well, if I can share. We do need to talk about that. We also need to talk about what transit is actually going to be authorized by the province to fund, because we've, as I understand, Tom, signed the 3-year service or expansion agreements, thrown it off the transit, and who knows where the province is going to get BC Transit. So these numbers could change in my mind. How much service you have running around town, and or as we have shot up to Windhill and back of West Creston ways, is the question to try and determine whether or not you need that. The bigger shift down the next couple of years is whether we get to run up the lake to connect people, and it's never going to be a lot of people on a bus, but it is an important issue to address where we have nothing for transit. And it may sound like, wow, that's a long ways to go for extra 1,000 or 1,500 people, but we got a bus going all the way to Edgewood, crossing the Needles Ferry, the whole thing, right? It has ridership. It is very much on the edge of what BC Transit would say we should support. But I'm still behind this experiment to get a run up the lake. When that happens, Area A will pick up the majority of that cost. What you need within town B and C, even the runs to Windhill, yeah, I think it's an honest question. But before we actually even decide on that, I was hoping Tom can give us an update. Are we going to see in the provincial budgets, BC Transit's budget, are they able to, what level of expansion hours are they actually going to deliver to us? And are they going to come and talk to us about this in detail in the next few months? I think they were.
Respectfully through the chair, it's a great question. Previous to, I'm going to say in 2023, we had really strong support for expansion. 2024, that's expansion. We submitted those expansion requests. We've done a bunch of planning. We put all the pieces into place, and our expansion requests were denied largely. We saw some expansion, but it was pretty limited. And I don't anticipate, given the stresses on the provincial operating grant, I think it's unlikely we get substantive expansion. I've been working with BC Transit and IHA to talk about further expansion on the Creston Cranbrook run, or to see if we can get more Health Connections funding, or how we might further expand that route, because that is full. And we are seeing zero support from our partners at IHA for any kind of Health Connections expansion almost anywhere in the entire IHA service area. There will be none next year. So a lot of other organizations are also feeling the taxation stress, and they are sort of not really looking at service expansion. I want to draw your attention, if I can, to figure 5 in my report. Now that would be on page 4. That's the post-COVID ridership recovery. And what you'll see is in 2022, 2022, 23, and 2023, 24, the expansion appears to be stalled, or the recovery appears to be stalled. And it appears to be stalled at below 2019 levels. One of the things that I'm really curious to see, or one of the driving factors in just how to proceed with expansion over time, is what that number looks like in 2024, 2025. And I won't have those numbers for a little bit. If this is just a temporary blip, due to factors that I don't understand in the Creston Valley, that's one thing. But if that's just the transit ridership now, if we're just looking at, approximately 4,000 fewer people a year riding transit, then we need to really reconsider what the transit system is for and what it's doing. We don't have data to really make those decisions right now, but what the data is telling me is it warrants monitoring right now. Additionally, we could be looking at some other service changes. There's potential for them in 2025, and that's why if you look at my report, I've recommended that we defer any expansion at this point until we see what those service changes might look like. And again, these are supply chain and contract related issues that we'll have further definition on later in the year. And as soon as we have more definition on them, I'll be bringing them to this committee.
And I appreciate that, Tom. And I'm certainly happy that you're managing this file. So here I am. It's funny, we talked about it, my wife and I, this morning. I said, well, we're going to talk about transit. She said, I think it goes from Creston to Cranbrook maybe twice a week, and people, I don't know how it works and how successful it is. And we were thinking about all the possibilities, and do we really need it? Who are the people who are taking advantage of that run? Gary points out today that there's an opportunity down the east shoreline, Highway 3A. That's interesting. This morning I come into this meeting and I see 3 beautiful ladies sitting at the bus stop. And the bus rolls up and they hop on, and there's 3 other people. Obviously, one of them had a suitcase. Obviously, they were going to Cranbrook. And then I looked and I seen there is no information at that bus stop saying, here's the pickup point, here are the days of operation, and that sort of thing, promoting the potential service. People walk by that every day, and it's just a shelter. It has no signage, no information on it, that sort of thing, promoting it. And I'm going, geez, I wonder how many people, and I watched 2 ladies actually park their vehicles, get out of them, and walk over the shelter. And I wonder how many people don't know that this is an opportunity for them to get to Cranbrook and to look into those details and that sort of thing. Lost opportunity in my mind. And it got me thinking again about how much money do you put into a transit system? How much do you ask taxpayers to pay for a small group of users? And maybe I'm wrong with the small group of users. And then Tom, you're pointing out we need a little bit more data to really understand the benefit, the true cost of the ROI on this investment. And I agree with that. So I am just illustrating my points of view for the benefit of this conversation right now.
Respectfully, through the chair, the Creston Cranbrook connector is a health connections fund. So that's actually funded by IHA and BC Transit. We manage it for them on their behalf because obviously it's easier to manage these things in conjunction with our local transit systems. I can say that service is very well subscribed. Were you talking about the shelter in front of the rec center, right?
Yes, I was. Sorry, Tom. I was.
Yeah, most of the time that service actually is over capacity. Now, medical transport, people going to the hospital, doctor's appointments, and the like in Cranbrook receive a priority booking. And then after that, you can book the bus to go shopping or social or what have you. So, yeah, that's probably one of the biggest demands I see in terms of getting feedback from the ridership is they would like to see more of those trips. Additionally, the other, we hear a lot from the Crestoramics people regarding demand for services for their client groups. There's a couple different ways to look at public transit. And, it's up to this committee as to how they want to view it. This is very much a governance choice. Some people will look at public transit as a tool for economic development, or as a means of reducing parking issues or that sort of thing. But some people will also look at public transit as a social service, right? And I guess what I'm saying is we're getting high barrier populations to services that they would not otherwise be able to access. And I'm going to suggest that in the Creston Valley, public transit is largely a social service. Our clientele don't often have access to vehicles, don't have driver's licenses, have lost their driver's licenses, and require public transit to continue living in rural areas or to continue living in areas, to continue living in their own homes. A lot of our ridership are seniors. It's quite popular. In terms of an employment commute, it's quite limited in Creston. We do have something of an education commute from some of the rural areas and stuff. Creston is entirely unique. I think I've explained this before, in that about 60% of the transit in the Creston Valley is custom transit. So it's on-demand transit. You book it the day before. We lay out a custom route, and then we go out, pick up the people on that route, get them to their destinations, and then basically reverse the route later on in the day to try and get everybody home again. That's not an inexpensive kind of transit, but it's probably the transit best suited to the Creston Valley because of the nature. We have a lot of people living in agricultural areas where our clients are spread further apart. We have people going in irregular days. It's not like somebody's going into work every day at 8:30 in the morning, coming home at 4:30. They're generally trying to get to a doctor's appointment or a lawyer's appointment or to the bank or, to some form of services in town. So, yeah, I think I've given you some things to consider some things to think about there. Ultimately, the budget that I've proposed is very much a wait and see budget. I'm not really encouraging any big changes right now. I think we really need to watch what's happening with the cost of transit. We've noticed it in West Kootenay. We're seeing it in Creston Valley. Transit systems right across the province are seeing the same thing. The cost of transit is going up, just the provision of services. We lost another bus company this year. Vicinity went under, which I think we're down to like 2 or 3 bus companies in North America right now. So it is a system in crisis. We saw that last year. We had a number of strikes in the Okanagan, labor disruption. We've seen it's very difficult to get bus drivers. There's a number of issues going on there.
Right.
So, Chair, so, we're not going to see expansion because the province is going to be tight-fisted. We have all our dreams and what might be a social service expansion area A. We can't go zero-based because this budget, previous years, we had a prior year surplus and it's not there this year. So we have contractual obligations between the medical and the other transit that we have to meet. So there's probably no way around a 10% increase. When you look at this, that there's no extra money in this whatsoever. We have contractual obligations, and I don't see how what we would shave. We could double user fees, but then nobody'd ride the bus. I think Tom has a better comment than me there.
Respectfully through the chair, changes in service levels take about a year. Because what happens is we have an agreement with BC Transit. BC Transit contracts an operator. BC Transit is on the provincial fiscal year, which actually starts April 1. So really what I'm proposing is that we monitor this year and have those conversations this year. And if you want to propose service level changes, those service level changes, we would plan them for the 2026 annual operating agreement.
Yeah, that's what I mean with contractual obligation. I think BC Transit wants 6 months posting before schedule changes, something like that.
Minimum.
Like they just won't change the schedule next week. They take months before they do that. So we're kind of tied to this year's contracts.
So then what I'm hearing, and I agree, Tom, social service, it's not an ECDEP thing yet. I like the on-demand. I think it needs to stay on demand. I do agree that some monitoring has to continue, that we really evaluate the value in return for this service in our community. If we're going to be doing a monitoring year, why does it cost us 10% more then?
Because of our surplus bond.
Yeah, that's the way it is.
Respectfully through the chair, the surplus is an issue. But the other issue is just the operating costs. Operating costs, I think I've listed the operating costs in the report, and if you just give me a moment, I had them actually flagged. I think we're looking
4,000.
at yeah, we're looking at increases, 12% increase in operating costs, 13% increase in maintenance, and a 10% increase in infrastructure costs. And these costs are also in part associated with an additional 150 hours that were approved previously. So yeah, there is some, those, it's just, we've had the same thing in West Kootenay Transit. Operating the buses is just becoming more expensive. The cost of tires, the cost of seats, again, with those labor disputes settled last year, the cost of bus drivers went up.
And one thing we did by resolution is decide that we did want to expand our transportation this way. So we're basically heading in the direction that we want to go. So we don't have a whole lot of wiggle.
No, but I don't know that was a wise thing to do, regardless. And I'm just not convinced that we should be spending this kind of money on transit. I don't see the return on it. I'm open-minded. I need to be reassured with more data, but at this point, I'm pushing back.
But we'll get a chance to see that once BC Transit does costing for changes, any changes like route expansions or more hours, whatever, they will cost that out and come back to us. We get to see that at some future date.
Respectfully through the chair, yes. Like at that point, when the operating agreements come out and we have discussions around what operations might look like in the subsequent year. The other piece that I've already requested is some ridership level information. We have to be cautious with that information because our ridership is registered. And so we don't want to name riders is what it comes down to, particularly in custom systems. But what I do want to know is where is the ridership originating? What is the average trip length? Those sorts of things to get a little more handle on what is the service that we are providing through Creston Valley Transit? Who are we providing services to? What are the impacts to the community at large?
So are we good with where we're at right now?
You guys might be, but I'm not. And I see the options, either we approve it or we approve it with changes. But it's too early to be able to know what those changes ought to be that we need to focus on. We need more data. Oh,
yeah.
I just don't agree.
Is it best for this year to motion the staff recommendation to provide this level of service for one more year and see if we can have the data that we need to make changes?
That's my preference as well, because our reward will be if we see increased ridership. If we don't see it, then we know what our next steps are. If you look at the pre-COVID ridership, if we could get back towards that, and we're being rewarded for these decisions because we want to maintain a level of service that encourages people to use it.
But this year, we're not changing anything. We're just making up for the loss of our historical operating reserve and the increased cost of contractual obligations. So this year, nothing is changing.
Right.
We just have to meet our obligations. So, I mean, it's more direction to staff that Tom already, I assume, has this embedded in the 5-year this service.
Respectfully through the chair, the other thing that has also come up is the COVID money is gone. Public transit systems received considerable benefit. For a number of years. That money basically ran out right across the board this year. So that's why we're seeing probably some of our operating costs increase on the BC Transit side and on the contractor side. The share of the local government share of costs is just the share of everybody's costs.
I would support going with what the recommendation is with the, really taking a look at ridership this year when you get the information to set the course, in the next few years, because it just may well be that, we're justified in not increasing those budgets and finding a level of service that matches our community. But we just don't know the answer to that right now.
Respectfully through the chair, I mean, with the double-digit investment in public transit, if we don't see an increase in ridership, it doesn't necessarily have to correspond with that double digit or 10%, but if we don't see an increase in ridership, there will be some options brought forward to the committee for consideration.
So I guess the thing that sits okay with me is, yeah, it's to carry on with what is proposed in option number one, but my understanding is that it's an on-demand system. So therefore, the people are calling when they need the service. We're not running around hitting bus stops just because they're there to hit. We got some time to kill.
It's
This is
a
on
mixture.
demand.
It's a mixture.
Nope. It
The
is not.
bus runs from town to the Ramada and back on a routine route, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Respectfully through the chair, the number one, I believe that there is one route that does go around within town that does have good ridership. But like I said, 60% of our services are custom. And then of the remaining 40%, a portion of that is actually the Creston Cranbrook. So that one fixed route we have is just not a significant proportion of the budget.
So if you stop running that route, would anybody notice?
I suspect we would hear from them. But again, this is a question that we have to reach out. Again, these are questions that we have to ask. In ridership numbers, we have to look at where the ridership numbers are going. Compare them to the investments that this committee is making. And I can get you those numbers later on in the year. I'll get the annual performance summary probably in August. That'll have some revealing numbers.
I'll be watching the bus a little bit more closely.
There's a big ridership to the shopping areas, and by seniors who do their grocery shopping, take the bus home. And we don't have a great taxi service here. It's very expensive and not very reliable. It's only one vehicle. So there's not a lot of options here other than our transit.
Yeah, no, and I agree. I mean, you need to provide that service to those that don't have it. But if you're running it 5 days a week or 6 days a week, it's no, and you cut it down in half. People just know that it only runs Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday, and they change their schedules accordingly, and then we can cut that cost down. So that's the way I don't know that we run that cycle, that circuit 6 days a week. I don't know, no.
Respectfully through the chair, I don't have an answer for that as well. I think, really when it comes to service level changes, what we start doing is some tier comparisons. We look at comparable communities, the level of services in those communities, and then this committee makes a decision on where you want to fit within that. Do you want to hit the 50%? Do you want to be the average community? Do you want to have more transit? Do you want to have less transit? Who are you trying to serve with your transit service is really, again, the question, right? Seniors, custom transit is really important because of the nature of their travel and the need to get, they're your highest barrier population. Groups like Crestoramics, again, you can't run Crestoramics without the transit service right now. So there are some questions that have to happen there too. But I'll be bringing these things forward over the course of the next year at this committee as information emerges.
All right. No more voted.
Are we okay with the direction we agreed on?
For now.
Okay, for now. For now is your answer, Tom.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks, Tom.
Thanks a lot for your help.
Much appreciated.
So we're down to old business. The additional information was provided from the public library. We have 2 items on the action item list. I don't know if we need to discuss them further at this point or not, because our meeting is running very long. So I'll leave that to you guys if you want to make any of those for further discussion at this meeting or further.
Well, just as a matter of housekeeping, we have 2 items that have lines through them.
to be scrubbed.
Three.
Three. Number three, and I've got number 11. I don't see a third one.
3, 4.
4.
3, 4, okay. So, I don't think there's anything further with item 3. It can disappear. I don't know where we ended up with 4. And then 11 can disappear for housekeeping.
Well, the prioritization that's underway, like Tricia sent us an update saying what are your
Yeah.
what are your